Chapter 1360. In the underground dimension, Xian Wuheng quickly laid down a secret Heavens legacy array. The ancient God seal was clearly connected to the Heavens legacy race. In order to use the ancient God seal to open the ancestral legacy treasury, one needed to have some understanding of the Heavens legacy race's culture and arts. The ancient god experts of the giant god race all knew that the giant god race's legacy contained many of the Heavens legacy race's culture and arts. Only those with a certain status would have the right to comprehend them. But very few people knew that this part of the Heavens legacy race's legacy existed precisely to open the ancestral legacy treasury. Once the array was complete, Xian Wuheng formed a series of seals with his hands. Countless dark green, tadpole-like characters of various sizes surged into the array. Buzz, BZZZ. In a flash, a profound and cryptic array that normal people would find difficult to understand took form. Go! Xian Wuheng threw the ancient god seal into the center of the array. A moment later, countless green runes surged out of the array and connected to the ancient god seal. Suddenly, the ancient god seal fiercely trembled, and the green runes on it began to shine with a crystalline luster. Cling-clang! Under Xian Wuheng's control, the ancient god seal extended and began to transform. It didn't take long before a black metal door was constructed. Whoosh! A vertical slit appeared in the center of the door, from which shot out a mysterious and ancient light. Gradually, the door opened, and the dazzling light engulfed everyone. As he was engulfed by this mysterious light, Zhao Feng realized that his divine sense and senses were greatly suppressed. At the same time, he realized that his every movement seemed to be much slower than normal. Profound of time. Zhao Feng was startled. Just the light emitted from the passageway already possessed such profound time mysteries. It seemed like the ancestral legacy treasury was extraordinary. Ancient God Changyun, ancient God Resplendence, and the others also sensed this profound time intent. Go in! Xian Wuheng shouted in a low voice. Everyone was already impatient, and they directly rushed in. After a moment of confusion, Zhao Feng's body suddenly sank, and he appeared in the air above a patch of grass. At the same time, an ancient primordial aura surged toward him. One didn't even need to think to know that this was an extremely ancient dimension. Xian Wuheng and the others were standing next to Zhao Feng. Everyone's first reaction was to observe their surroundings. After all, no one knew anything about the ancestral legacy treasury. Even Xian Wuheng was entering it for the first time. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. After trying it out, he found that this place suppressed his divine sense and other senses to 1/10 of its original level. Originally, as an ancient god, he could control everything within 200,000 to 300,000 li with a sweep of his divine sense. But now, the range of his divine sense was only about 30,000 miles. Looking at the expressions of the others, they seemed to be bewildered by this powerful suppression. However, even if Zhao Feng's vision was restricted, his vision was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. He also discovered that if he fully activated his X-ray vision, his vision would be enhanced. That's not all the restrictions of this place. Xian Wuheng suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone noticed that something was amiss. The speed of Xian Wuheng's words was slower than usual. Profound of time. Zhao Feng also felt it. After all, his time profundity had reached the peak of the 4th level. How could this be? Ancient God Sundermount was in disbelief. At this moment, everyone was speaking a little slower than usual. Let's not worry about that for now. Finding the treasury is more important, Xian Wuheng straightforwardly said. When he inherited the ancient God seal, the giant god race god lord had said that the ancestral legacy treasury was filled with treasures, opportunities, and dangers. The giant god race had once constructed a private treasury in a certain location. storing the precious resources accumulated by the giant god race. Swish! Xian Wuheng took out the ancient god seal. Through the ancient god seal, he could sense the rough location of the giant god race's treasury. With a direction in mind, the group proceeded forward while observing this isolated dimension. "Look over there." Ancient god Chengyan called out in alarm as he pointed to the left. That place happened to be within the range of their divine senses. It was a small puddle, and the one closest to the group had a few faint white flowers growing in it. They were shrouded in a faint luster and were extremely eye-catching. "It's just an ordinary time origin flower. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Ancient god Sundermount growled. Time intent was extremely powerful and difficult to grasp, and the cultivation resources related to it were also extremely precious. Time origin flowers were a rather common and low-level time cultivation resource. The vast majority of low-level true gods would purchase a few time origin flowers and attempt to comprehend time intent. If it was too difficult to grasp, they would simply give up. If they could comprehend something, it meant that they had the talent to cultivate time intent. It seems to me that when you were a true god, you didn't attempt to cultivate time intent. Ancient god Chengyan faintly smiled. Ancient god Sundermount's face froze. He felt that time intent was too difficult and that it didn't increase his offensive power, so he never thought about cultivating it. Zhao Feng was also listening. When he first broke into rank 7, he didn't have the experience that low-level true gods had. Time origin flowers aren't that precious, mainly because of their powerful vitality. After a long period of time, they will slowly gain the energy of time intent, and one petal means that they have lived for 100 million years. Ancient god Resplendence took in a deep breath as she stared in shock into the distance. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. The vast majority of these time origin flowers had more than 6 petals, and one of them even had 12. 120 million years. Zhao Feng muttered in shock. This was the first time he had seen such a precious cultivation material from such a long time ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, everyone began to fly toward the puddle. Although the time origin flower was a low-level cultivation resource, once it was more than 1 billion years old, even the most ordinary of resources would become precious. Once they finished dividing up the time origin flowers, they realized that the nearby puddle had a few other resources. These resources were of various types, but they weren't very precious to ancient gods. Crucially, however, they were all extremely old. This truly is a treasury. Ancient god Qingyun sighed in amazement as he flew forward. "Wait a moment," Xian Wuheng suddenly said. When inheriting the ancient god seal, the elders of the giant god race had said that the ancestral legacy treasury was filled with opportunities, but it was also fraught with danger. They had only discovered a few time origin flowers, so he didn't think too much about it. However, there were many resources up ahead. This place could already be considered a small land of opportunity, so danger was definitely present. Everyone's divine sense was suppressed to 1/10 of its original level, and if there was an object in the way, it would be even lower. Thus, it was best to be careful. Brum! At this moment, everyone felt the earth lightly tremble. A Yao god resembling a serpent dragon suddenly emerged from the ground in front of ancient god Qingyin. This Yao god's body was glossy and silvery white, and its white eyes stared at the group with cold light. The moment this Yao god appeared, everyone sensed its majestic aura fusing with the invisible pressure of the world, making them feel extremely oppressive. Just a peak rank 8 actually dares to make me feel fear. Ancient god Chengyan stared in shock at this Yao god. "You disturbed my rest and even touched something on my territory. Today, I'll make you fertilizer for this land." The serpent dragon Yao god roared as its body twisted and charged forward. Swish! In a flash of silver light, the serpent dragon Yao god closed in on ancient god Qingyin. It opened its mouth, exuding powerful ripples of divine power. So fast! Ancient god Chunyin grimaced and immediately retreated. But he discovered that he was being hindered by powerful time intent, making his speed at least twice as slow. Dish! Xian Wuheng activated his bloodline power and charged forward. The powerful bloodline of the giant god race greatly weakened the effects of the time intent on him. Flame Wind Palm! Xian Wuheng circulated his divine power and unleashed a wondrous intent that absorbed the wind and fire energy of the world and fused it into his attack. Kaboom! An enormous palm of wind and fire held forward. The Flame Wind Palm was originally a swift and explosive attack, but in this place it was much slower. Paltry tricks. The serpent dragon, Yao God, twisted its body, exuding a profound time intent that began to spread through the area. Xian Wuheng's attack was immediately hindered by time intent, causing it to become even slower. The serpent dragon, Yao God, slightly moved to avoid the attack. For a moment, everyone, including Xian Wuheng, was speechless. This Yao God has at least level 7 time intent. Zhao Feng sighed in amazement. Although time intent could not amplify the power of divine power attacks, there had to be a reason why it was considered one of the strongest intents. With Xian Wuheng's strength, an ordinary rank 9 ancient god wouldn't be able to last more than a few blows against him. But this peak rank 8 Yao god was able to contend with him. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Qingyan was forced back several li by the peak rank 8 Yao god. But as someone with the giant god race bloodline, his defense was extremely formidable. In addition, he discovered that although this Yao god had a mighty momentum and powerful time intent that surprised everyone, its divine power attack was only close to that of a rank 9 ancient god, which wasn't too ridiculous. Together, ancient god resplendence called out. The group of 5 worked together to deal with the serpent dragon Yao god. After fighting for a while, the serpent dragon Yao god discovered that these humans possessed extraordinary strength. Not even its time intent was enough to deal with them. Zhao Feng also tried to use eye bloodline techniques to attack, but he discovered that this Yao god's soul intent was extremely tenacious and extremely resistant to soul attacks. You detestable race! The serpent dragon, Yao god, was grievously injured and wanted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Ancient god Resplendence bellowed as she took out a binding divine artifact. The 5 of them were attacking a rank 8 Yao god. If they allowed it to escape, they would have no face left. In the end, the 5 of them used some of their true abilities to swiftly kill the serpent dragon Yao god. After dissecting it, they discovered that the Yao god's entire body was filled with treasures. For example, the water spirit serpent spine contained the power of water and time power Upanishad. It was the best material to refine binding divine weapons. At the same time, the water spirit heart vein could increase one's life level, strengthen the crystal veins of the god body, and heal the hidden injuries. It was also a precious material to cultivate time power Upanishad. After dissecting it, they discovered that the Yao god had lived for more than 1 billion years, and it was precisely because of its age that the materials on its body were so valuable. No wonder it's so powerful and difficult to deal with. Zhao Feng said in surprise. Even the least talented cultivator would be able to sweep through their peers if they could remain at the same cultivation level for 1 billion years. It seemed like this ancestral legacy treasury was truly unusual. Chapter 1361. The Chixing Zone. The battle between Ancient Soul Hall and the giant god race had completely destroyed this region. The battle did not last long before the giant god race hastily retreated. Ancient Soul Hall was also busy searching for Xian Wuheng and the ancient god seal, so they did not continue to fight. In the black palaces high in the sky, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Lord Gloomhaven, we haven't found any trace of Xian Wuheng's group. A member of Ancient Soul Hall kneeled on the ground, his body trembling. A bunch of useless fools. God, Lord, Gloomhaven immediately bellowed from the highest part of the hall. When the giant god race had disregarded everything to stop them, they had used all their strength to break through a gap and send out 3 ancient gods. They had also warned them to just follow Xan Wuhing's group. But not only could they not complete such a simple mission, they had even lost their lives. The upper echelon members of Ancient Soul Hall had ugly and gloomy expressions. They had waited for the right moment to launch a sneak attack, but Xan Wuhing had still managed to escape with the ancient god seal. If the giant god race really did open the ancestral legacy treasury and obtain some great fortune, they might instantly grow stronger. At that time, Ancient Soul Hall would be in grave danger. God, Lord Gloomhaven, why are you so angry? Right at this moment, a relaxed and aged voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Everyone in the hall grimaced. For someone to dare to act so happy in front of God, Lord Gloomhaven at a time like this was truly reckless. Swish! An old man and a young man suddenly appeared in the hall. The old man was tall and muscular, his entire body covered in ancient runes. His white beard trailed to the ground, and he held a silver wooden staff in his hand. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky as he stared at God, Lord Gloomhaven. The young man next to the old man had a similar appearance to the old man, but he was extremely handsome and refined. Who is it? The upper echelon members in the hall grimaced. The palaces they were in were protected by an array, and the conference hall was also protected by an array. But this old man and young man had entered this place as if there was no one around. What shocked them even more was that they still didn't know how the 2 of them had entered this place. God, Lord Stellar Aspect, you've finally come. God, Lord Gloomhaven, suddenly calmed down and looked at the old man. God, Lord! Now that God, Lord Gloomhaven had spoken, everyone knew that this newcomer was not an enemy, but the identity of this elder startled them. As you expected, we did not find the ancient god seal. God, Lord Gloomhaven added. When Ancient Soul Hall was preparing to attack the giant god race, God, Lord Stellar Aspect told him that he would not be able to obtain the ancient god seal. God, Lord Gloomhaven was furious at the time. Ancient Soul Hall was so powerful that it could not deal with the remnants of the giant god race. Thus, he made up his mind to seize the ancient god seal. But in the end, it still failed. What? This God, Lord, already predicted this. The hearts of the people in the seats trembled once more, and they could not calm down for a long time. Everyone looked at the old man and the young man with extreme solemnity, but they realized that they could not see through them. It was as if the other party was a divine master, but they had not noticed it before. I was delayed by some matters. Have you finished what I asked you to do? God, Lord Stellar Aspect smiled. Everything is ready. Please. God, Lord Gloomhaven immediately stood up. The giant god race had probably already opened the ancestral legacy treasury, so Ancient Soul Hall could only rely on God, Lord Stellar Aspect to salvage the situation. Afterward, the 2 god lords and all the experts in the hall moved to a secret location. This was an isolated dimension with a massive stone platform. On the stone platform was an array formed of gold and silver light. Above the array was a hazy diagram of light that looked like a starry sky. When the giant god race opened the ancestral legacy treasury, we followed your orders and determined the rough location of the ancestral legacy treasury. God, Lord Gloomhaven, wickedly smiled. The ancestral legacy treasury was an isolated dimension. Its movements were erratic, and it could drift to any part of the fan universe. When the giant god race opened the ancestral legacy treasury, they used special methods to determine the approximate location of the treasury. Does Sir really have a way to open the ancestral legacy treasury again? God, Lord Gloomhaven probed. He had once been a member of Ancient Soul Hall, so he had some understanding of the ancestral legacy treasury. Not only did the treasury move erratically, it could only be opened through the ancient god seal. Open the ancestral legacy treasury again. The many experts of ancient Soul Hall stared in shock at the old man and the young man. Although that dimension can only be opened through the ancient God seal, that dimension has existed for countless years. Coupled with the fact that there is no one controlling it, the dimension itself should have many holes. God, Lord Stellar Aspect calmly said. From these words, everyone knew that he was confident in opening the ancestral legacy treasury again. In terms of understanding of that dimension, not even the giant God race ancestor who obtained the ancient God seal can compare to this old man, so you can be at ease. God, Lord Stellar Aspect gave a confident smile. God, Lord Stellar Aspect must be joking. How could the giant God race compare to Sir? God, Lord Gloomhaven heartily laughed. The other ancient God experts became more and more shocked as they listened to the conversation between the two God Lords. Just who was this God, Lord Stellar Aspect that had suddenly appeared? God, Lord Gloomhaven treated him with such respect, and he was even able to establish a path to the ancestral legacy treasury. He even claimed that his understanding of the ancestral legacy treasury far surpassed that of the giant God race. Swish! God, Lord Stellar Aspect took out an enormous octagonal metal platform. A secret heavens legacy array had been laid down on it. 108 small holes had been set up around the array, and extremely rare stones and treasures were embedded within them. In the center of the array was a sparkling white ball of light. The ripples of divine power it exuded caused everyone to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. This is a supreme quality God crystal. There's no need for me to elaborate on the wealth and resources required to lay down this array. If Ancient Soul Hall does not follow my orders in this operation, they will bear the consequences. God, Lord Stellar Aspect's expression suddenly turned cold. Supreme quality God crystal. God, Lord Gloomhaven's eyes froze. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, just like the top 10 ancient races, supreme quality God crystals were almost extinct. They were extremely rare and priceless treasures. The supreme quality God crystal in the center of the array seemed rather damaged, but its value was still immeasurable. God, Lord Stellar Aspect's final words of "bear the consequences" did not make him angry. On the contrary, they made him extremely solemn. Now, this array can send around 10 experts below the God Lord level into it. God, Lord Stellar Aspect indifferently said. The moment he finished speaking, God, Lord Gloomhaven immediately began to select members. All the upper echelon members began to fight over the spots. The ancestral legacy treasury was rumored to contain the secret to becoming a God Lord. 4 ancient God experts. Their greatest wish was to become a God Lord. No matter how dangerous it was, they were willing to try. First, God Lord Gloomhaven chose the only 3 half-step God Lords of Ancient Soul Hall. Next were rank 9 ancient gods and peak rank 8 ancient gods. My disciple will be the commander of this operation, God Lord Stellar Aspect suddenly said. Everyone turned to look. Although God Lord Stellar Aspect's disciple was young, he was also a rank 9 ancient god. God Lord Gloomhaven immediately removed 1 person. In the end, the 10-man team was smoothly formed. Yu Hung, let's go. God Lord Stellar Aspect called out. Within the ancestral legacy treasury, Zhao Feng's group carefully advanced. They had already been in the ancestral legacy treasury for a month now. Because of the suppression of the profound of time, everyone's speed was relatively slow. Moreover, this place also suppressed magical abilities such as spatial teleportation. Moreover, this place was fraught with danger, so they didn't dare to recklessly use instant movement. Thus, they hadn't traveled very far in 1 month. This ancient God seal can only sense the direction. I don't know how far it is. Xian Wuhing sighed. After traveling for a month, they still hadn't found the treasury left behind by the giant God race. Look up ahead. Ancient God Resplendence suddenly said. In the distance was a massive black mountain, shrouded in a thick black fog. As they approached, Zhao Feng noticed that there were a few extremely old, low-level resources growing on the edge of the black mountain. This mountain is in the same direction as the ancient god seal. Could the treasury left behind by the giant god race be up there? Ancient god Cheng Yun whispered. The group couldn't help but approach the black mountain. The closer they got, the more they realized that the quality of the resources growing around them was increasing. There were even times when 1 or 2 resources that even rank 8 ancient gods would covet would appear. But this time, they did not recklessly move. This place was clearly a treasure ground, and it was assuredly accompanied by danger. Meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat suddenly leapt out and gestured at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng looked forward and activated his see-through ability, allowing him to see even further than his divine sense could. Let's go! Zhao Feng suddenly called out. What's going on? Xian Wuhing asked. A horde of Yao gods. There's a horde of Yao beasts occupying this black mountain. Zhao Feng immediately said. These words instantly made everyone's scalps go numb. The Yao gods of this place were far stronger than those of the outside world because of time intent. In the past month, they had encountered quite a few Yao gods, almost all of whom had high-level time intent and were extremely difficult to deal with. And now, they were actually approaching a horde of Yao gods. Let's go! Without another word, the group began to flee. Time intent was simply too powerful. If they were targeted by a horde of Yao beasts, they would find it very difficult to escape. This mountain is too dangerous. I hope that the treasury isn't up there. Xian Wuhing took in a deep breath as he circled around the black mountain and continued forward. The more they experienced, the more they feared the ancestral legacy treasury. Even as ancient gods, if they weren't careful, they could lose their lives here. After circling around the black mountain, the ancient god seal still pointed them in the same direction. The group rejoiced and continued forward. Suddenly, the white halo of light on the ancient god seal intensified. We're almost there. The giant god race treasury. Xian Wuheng excitedly said. Although the ancestral legacy treasury was filled with treasures, it was far too dangerous. As for the giant god race, the treasury that the giant god race had left here posed no danger to them. Soon, a huge dark yellow castle appeared in front of everyone. The giant god race treasury. Ancient god Resplendence rejoiced. She hadn't expected for the giant god race treasury to be not far from the Black Mountain. As long as they could obtain everything in the treasury, their mission would be basically complete and they would be able to account to the other members of their race. Something's not right, Zhao Feng suddenly said. Through the observation of his left eye, he could see many unique marks around the treasury built by the giant god race, as well as remnants of various auras. As they got closer, Zhao Feng was able to clearly see what was going on, and he grimaced. The giant god race treasury seems to have been occupied by a horde of Yao gods. Zhao Feng revealed a piece of news that struck the giant god race like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1362. Within the group of black palaces in the sky, success! God, Lord Gloomhaven, couldn't help but rejoice. Earlier, he had been worried that there might be a problem with the teleportation array, so he had suggested using a Yao beast to test it out. However, God Lord Stellar Aspect's disciple had been the first to enter the array, eliminating all of his doubts and misgivings. After all, God Lord Stellar Aspect would not play around with the life of his disciple. Moreover, each teleportation consumed an enormous amount of energy. After 10 people were successfully teleported, even the teleportation array was damaged. Once my disciple enters, he will lay down a sensing array to increase the speed of the teleportation array and reduce the consumption. But this teleportation array's energy is almost completely used up and has also been damaged. It's best not to teleport a second time, God, Lord Stellar Aspect calmly said. Wuheng had only managed to escape with 4 people, and none of them had reached rank 9. Logically speaking, Ancient Soul Hall's team should have been able to crush them. At the same time, God Lord Stellar Aspect fell into deep thought. During the teleportation just now, he suddenly sensed a profound destiny law interfering. There really weren't many people in the ancient desolate realm of gods who were more skilled in the destiny Tao than him. Could it be from that faction? God Lord Stellar Aspect's eyes became even more profound. In fact, as soon as he arrived, he felt an invisible force of fate interfering with him, which was why he arrived much later than he had expected. The surrounding people were all sighing in shock at God Lord Stellar Aspect's astonishing methods. Ancient Soul Hall was only responsible for the location of the ancestral legacy treasury, but God Lord Stellar Aspect was able to use this to quickly find a loophole and establish a teleportation channel. Within the ancestral legacy treasury, Yu Hung and the Ancient Soul Hall group landed in the air above a swamp forest. This is the giant god race's ancestral legacy treasury? What a powerful suppression! At the start, none of them were used to this and could only sigh in amazement. Only God Lord Stellar Aspect's disciple, Yu Hung, suddenly revealed a faint smile. We'll split into 3 groups. Our goal is to find the ancient god seal, Yu Hung said. In reality, this space was extremely vast. It couldn't be called a treasure vault at all. Coupled with the space-time suppression, it was not easy to find a single person. The 3 half-step god lords had rather nasty expressions. They had come here to seek the secret of becoming a god lord. But now they had to obey a rank 9 ancient god. But they had also seen the person behind Yu Hung. Not only was God Lord Stellar Aspect incredibly powerful, even God Lord Gloomhaven maintained a sliver of respect for him. In the end, the 10 members of Ancient Soul Hall successfully divided into 3 teams. Each team was led by a half-step god lord. This is the map of this place, but the actual situation might be very different from the map. After all, too much time has passed. Yu Hung took out a huge map. The map was very simple. It only had a rough outline of the terrain, and some particularly dangerous areas were marked. At a glance, the crowd discovered that there were more than 40 to 50 danger signs on the map. However, what was even more shocking was that Yu Hung actually had a map of this place. Meanwhile, the giant god race members were slowly approaching the giant god race treasury. Other than Zhao Feng, the others gradually sensed signs that Zhao Feng was right. This place was indeed occupied by demon immortals. How could this be? It's been occupied by demonic beasts. Ancient god resplendents appeared rather dispirited. Too much time has passed. The defensive array of the giant god race's treasury has gradually weakened, and the Yao beasts have broken through and occupied it. Xian Wuheng sighed. The occupation of the giant god race's treasury was truly a massive blow to their morale. If they could obtain all the resources inside, the giant god race would be able to quickly rise to power. But at this time, according to Zhao Feng's description, there were more than 20 Yao gods. As for rank 9 Yao gods, based on his observations, there were around 2, and the leader was far stronger than an ordinary rank 9. Even if they worked together and used all their trump cards, they might still lose their lives against such a terrifying Yao god horde. Moreover, the Yao gods of this place were skilled in space-time intent. Once they decided to force their way in, there would be no path of retreat. If that's the case, we can only go elsewhere and gather resources. Xian Wuheng immediately began to think of a solution. Although this place was rich in precious resources, gathering resources from all over the place was definitely not as good as directly taking the resources from the giant god race treasury. Moreover, the resources here were mostly inclined toward space-time intent. The giant god race needed resources that could quickly increase their strength. In addition, gathering resources from all over the place would mean facing many unknown dangers. It's not like there's no way. At this moment, Zhao Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's bodies trembled as they looked at Zhao Feng. With our strength, trying to force our way into the giant god race treasury truly is like trying to smash an egg against a rock. But we can borrow the strength of other forces. Zhao Feng voiced his thoughts. Ancient god Qingyun immediately rolled his eyes. You've seen for yourself just how much the Yao gods of this place hate outsiders. How could they possibly help us? You're too stupid. Don't you know how to sow discord and borrow a knife to kill others? Zhao Feng faintly smiled, a hint of disdain in his voice. Ancient god Qingyun's face instantly froze. As for the others, they finally understood what Zhao Feng meant. That black mountain from before just so happened to have a Yao beast horde. Xian Wuheng noticed Zhao Feng's plan. You're saying that we can use the strength of another Yao god horde to hold down the Yao god horde in the treasury, and then we can use this chance to sneak into the treasury and steal the resources. Ancient god Resplendence was alarmed. Although the plan was excellent, if there was a single mistake, they would have to face the combined assault of two powerful Yao beast hordes, which would undoubtedly result in certain death. Zhao Feng, you should have a plan, right? Xian Wuheng guessed. Based on his understanding, Zhao Feng rarely did anything that he wasn't confident in. Little thieving cat, it's your turn, Zhao Feng said to the silver-gray cat on his shoulder. Just what kind of cat is this? Xian Wuheng muttered in shock. Back in the continent zone, this little thieving cat had accompanied Zhao Feng. He couldn't see through the little thieving cat back then, and it was even more so now. Meow. The little thieving cat reluctantly agreed, and then it began to act like it was about to take on a heavy responsibility. Deish! The little thieving cat understood Zhao Feng's plan, and it leaped forward, concealing itself in the void as it slowly approached the giant god race treasury. What a profound spatial movement technique! Ancient god Sundermount sighed in amazement. That cat doesn't seem to be suppressed by this place. Xian Wuheng noticed this from the little thieving cat's actions. Zhao Feng nodded. The little thieving cat truly was not suppressed by this place, which made him rather envious. Just what sort of secret did this Heaven's legacy cat hold for it to be so unique? But it was precisely because of this that he had the little thieving cat take action. The first step of the plan was to have the little thieving cat draw out a lone Yao god. Not long after the little thieving cat left, Zhao Feng suddenly began to move, and the others immediately followed. Stop, wildcat! A savage silver tiger chased after the little thieving cat. The silver tiger was only a rank 8 Yao god skilled in time intent, but it was still being played around by the little thieving cat. Good. The little thieving cat has successfully lured out a lone Yao god. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. When the silver tiger was some distance away from the treasury, Zhao Feng's group suddenly charged out. A human? The silver tiger immediately sensed them and prepared to flee. After all, there were too many of them, and one of them had even reached rank 9. But at this moment, the little thieving cat waved its paws, unleashing a powerful sealing intent that sealed away the silver tiger's power. The silver tiger only had a rank 8 cultivation, so Zhao Feng's group quickly caught up to it. Take control of it! Zhao Feng called out. The giant god race group surrounded the silver tiger and unleashed a barrage of attacks on its soul. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng condensed a seal of lightning in his left eye and imprinted it on the tiger. Good, the first step is complete. Zhao Feng called out. After enslaving this Yao god, Zhao Feng gained a better understanding of the Yao gods in the treasury. Zhao Feng then used this Yao god to easily lure out 2 more Yao gods, one of which was a peak rank 8. Zhao Feng had now enslaved 3 silver tiger Yao gods. Good. Let's go provoke another group of Yao gods. Zhao Feng gave a smug smile. An excellent plan. Ancient god Resplendence couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A little while later, Zhao Feng's group arrived near the massive Black Mountain. Zhao Feng controlled the 3 silver tiger Yao gods to charge in and slaughter the Yao gods of the Black Mountain, even uttering bold words of provocation. At first, the Yao gods of the Black Mountain were unmoved. However, after the silver tiger Fey immortals' repeated provocations, they were finally infuriated. They sent out powerful Fey immortals to interrogate the Fey immortals in the treasury. Before this, Zhao Feng had the 3 silver tiger Yao gods returned to the giant god race treasury. Boss, that group of Yao from Black Mountain injured us and killed our companions. They also said that they would attack sooner or later, kill a sick tiger like you, and swallow up our territory. Zhao Feng had the 2 silver tiger Yao gods complain to the leader of the Yao gods. Preposterous! The gigantic tiger's body was covered in strange, dark silver stripes, and its eyes flickered with a ferocious light. Before long, the Yao gods of Black Wind Mountain arrived, and the silver tiger Yao god horde killed them. The Yao gods of this place were cruel and bloodthirsty to begin with, and they were easy to provoke. The situation escalated, and in less than a month, the 2 Yao god hordes started fighting. Between the treasury and the Black Mountain, the 2 Yao god hordes fought. You say I'm a sick tiger, so let me see how powerful you, Fat Snake, are. The giant silver tiger roared at the sky and clashed with a huge silver-green python. Both had peak rank 9 cultivation, and their battle was earth-shattering. Their profound time intent made it difficult for others to see their movements, and once they got close, it was like they had entered a world in slow motion, making it difficult for them to move. Let's go, Zhao Feng said in a low voice. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng quickly approached the treasury. Xian Wuheng was powerful, while Zhao Feng was skilled in concealment, making it difficult for the Yao gods guarding the treasury to notice them. Ancient God Resplendence and the others left to provide support, while the little thieving cat stayed near the battlefield. Once the Yao gods returned, Zhao Feng would immediately notice them. This way, Xian Wuheng messaged. This was the treasury built by the giant god race, so he was the most familiar with the layout and layout. Zhao Feng used his see-through ability to see through the treasury, and realized that the layout of the treasury was identical to the small map inscribed on the ancient god seal. Chapter 1363. Zhao Feng had learned his spatial concealment technique from ancient god Luoling of the space-time sacred land. It allowed him to hide in space while rapidly advancing without being detected. Xian Wuheng was powerful and had a profound understanding of this place. He could fuse his aura with space, and he was also the person with the greatest understanding of the treasury. Thus, he had to sneak in. After passing through the hall, Xian Wuheng's expression froze. The layout of this place has mostly been altered. The places where the resources and treasures were stored are all empty. Xian Wuheng communicated with Zhao Feng. After all, the silver tiger Yao gods had occupied the giant god race treasury. They couldn't just leave the treasures there, so they must have split them up. The giant god race probably sealed all their resources and treasures here. Zhao Feng's left, I had noticed a few clues about the array and deduced. Because too much time has passed, the sealing array has gradually lost its power, allowing the Yao gods to destroy it and take the treasures inside. But there might still be some places where the sealing array has not been destroyed. Zhao Feng analyzed. You're right. Xian Wuheng was slightly shocked. This was only the outer perimeter of the treasury. There were many more important places where resources were stored. The ones who had laid down the defensive array were god lords of the giant god race. If not for the fact that it had been so long, these Yao gods wouldn't have been able to touch any of the resources or treasures here. There are 2 guards over there. Zhao Feng transmitted what he saw to Xian Wuheng. 2 Yao god groups were fighting, but there were still guards. From this, one could see that there were definitely some secrets inside. That's one of the places where the treasures are stored. Xian Wuhing's eyes flashed. The two of them began to approach the guarded secret hall. What do you think the battle outside is going on? One of the dark-skinned, silver tigers asked. Is there even a need to ask? We definitely have the upper hand. Ever since we took over the treasury, we've been breaking through the defensive array and obtaining treasures. Our overall strength has been rapidly increasing. The other guard said with a smile, That's true. I wonder who built this treasury for so many treasures to be stored inside. We have to thank them, haha. The dark-skinned, silver tiger heartily laughed. Since you want to thank me, use your life to thank me. Xian Wuhing snorted. He suddenly appeared and pointed a finger. That finger light was extremely condensed. It was like a sharp sword that pierced out in an instant. Not good. The silver tiger demon immortal's expression changed drastically. His cultivation base was only at the 8th rank, and the moment Xian Wuhing appeared, he felt a sense of life and death crisis. However, Xian Wuhing's attack had been accumulating power for a long time. He had condensed his divine power and bloodline attack to the limit. It was extremely fast and hit instantly. Poof! A bloody hole appeared in the silver tiger Yao Immortal's head. The hole ran from front to back as blood gushed out. Even if the demon gods here were much stronger than the outside world, an ordinary rank 8 demon god like that could not withstand a single move from Xian Wuhing. How dare you trespass? The other silver tiger revealed a look of fear and was about to contact the other Yao gods. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. At this moment, a twisting ball of lightning flames exploded in the soul dimension. This Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame was one of the stronger attacks that Zhao Feng could unleash with his origin energy sealed. The silver tiger's soul was struck by the powerful Tribulation Lightning and was unable to send a message. After struggling for only 1 second, its soul perished. The two glanced at each other. This was their first time working together since they had met. Although Xian Wuhing was a giant god race expert with an extremely thick bloodline and a far stronger cultivation than Zhao Feng, he had never looked down on Zhao Feng. For example, the soul attack that Zhao Feng had just used was enough to threaten Xian Wuhing. Moreover, Xian Wuhing sensed that Zhao Feng's left eye had not used its full power. Zhao Feng, who had just finished off one of the guards, sighed in amazement at Xian Wuhing's technique. Based on his observations, when a member of the giant god race borrowed too much bloodline energy, they would have to reveal their true bodies. However, Xian Wuhing was able to fuse the majority of his bloodline energy into his attacks without revealing his true body. This ability to control and utilize the giant god race bloodline was not something that other members of the giant god race could compare to. I didn't alarm the other guards, Zhao Feng said as he scanned his surroundings with the god's spiritual eye. Xian Wuhing used a secret art to open a small crack in the door, and the two of them entered. The interior of the hall was like an exquisitely decorated room. Flowers, potted plants, and antique books were scattered about. But in reality, every single item here was a precious material or treasure that was renowned in the outside world. For example, the books on the table were all high-level divine, rank cultivation techniques. The flower vase next to the books was a top-notch divine, rank-high, rank divine artifact, the Myriad Spirit Celestial Vase. It was rumored that this storage divine artifact contained countless independent spaces of various environments. It could store both cold attribute and fire attribute treasures. Good. The majority of the treasures and resources in this room are still intact. Xian Wuhing was pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked up to the table and used a secret art to undo the array. The array here was created by the giant god race's art, and it was fused with a secret art of Heaven's legacy. Only the upper echelon members of the giant god race knew how to undo it. Myriad Spirit Heavenly Vase. A little while later, Xian Wuhing undid the array seal on the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Vase and put it away. Too slow. Zhao Feng was rather anxious. After all, the array here had been laid down by a god lord. Even if Xan Wuheng knew how to undo it, he would still need some time. But there were 50 to 60 objects of various sizes here. If Xan Wuheng had to undo them one by one, he had no idea how long it would take. Whoosh! Zhao Feng walked up to the antique shelf, his left eye enveloping the entire shelf. What are you doing? The array here is a secret art unique to the giant god race, and it's also fused with a secret art of heaven's legacy. Xian Wuheng immediately messaged. If the array here was so easy to undo, the Silver Tiger Yao gods would have long ago plundered all the treasures here. God eye. Disintegration. A dreamy mist flashed through Zhao Feng's left eye, enveloping the entire antique shelf and passing through it tens of thousands of times. In order to reduce the amount of energy he expended, Zhao Feng focused on the array seal. Whoosh! All the array seals in his field of vision were gradually weakening, and the structure of the array was being destroyed. What sort of eye bloodline technique is this? Xian Wuheng paled in fright. How could there be such a miraculous eye bloodline technique in the world that could constantly weaken the power of an array? But Xian Wuheng couldn't care less. He focused on breaking the array and gathering resources. Once he had taken away all the resources outside of the antique shelf, Zhao Feng had also smoothly unraveled all the arrays on the antique shelf. Many thanks, Xian Wuheng said with a smile. The items on the antique shelf were more valuable, mostly divine artifacts and tools. For this reason, the arrays here were also stronger, so he didn't start there. But once he took away all the other items, Zhao Feng had unraveled all the arrays on the antique shelf. This saved Xian Wuheng half the time he needed. After plundering this haul, the two of them left and continued their search. Wind God Finger. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng worked together to kill a rank 8 Yao god. After all, the two races were in a war, and the stronger combatants were fighting. Thus, the guards and patrols were usually ordinary rank 8 Yao gods. Let's take a look at the center of the treasury, Xian Wuheng said after plundering a small chamber. The center of the treasury was the most precious place in the giant god race treasury. There are only 2 guards. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng used the same method as before, each approaching a guard and launching a fatal attack. Thump! The 2 guards were instantly killed by Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng's attacks. Okay, Xian Wuheng rejoiced and activated a secret art to open the treasury. However, the moment the treasury opened, the 2 scanned it with their divine senses and were shocked. In the deepest part of the treasury was a silver-white tiger. It was enormous, and its cultivation had reached peak rank 8. It looked extremely similar to the leader of this group of Yao gods. You're humans? Infiltrators? The silver tiger suddenly stood up and stared at Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng. In the outside world, the 2 groups of Yao gods were fighting fiercely. You actually sent people to infiltrate my treasury. The silver tiger's expression suddenly changed, and its eyes turned cold as it stared at the silver-green python in front of it. Humph, I didn't do such a thing. You must have offended too many Yao gods. So they used this chance to infiltrate your treasury. The silver-green python laughed. Bullshit. I haven't seen a human in hundreds of millions of years. The silver tiger cursed and prepared to return to the treasury. A human? The silver-green python froze, but seeing that the silver tiger was about to leave, it immediately charged out. Where do you think you're going? The silver-green python immediately unleashed powerful time intent and spat out a dark green mist. Our 2 factions have been at peace for many years. Do you really want to go to this extent? The silver tiger was furious. Humph, it was you who killed my Yao gods first, and now you're provoking me. The silver-green python coldly laughed. Nonsense. It was clearly you who killed my Yao gods first. The two peak rank 9 Yao gods immediately began to argue. Gradually, they began to piece together what had happened. Could it be those humans? Humph. I'd like to see just who would be so bold as to provoke us and even infiltrate your treasury to steal. The two peak rank 9 Yao gods came to an agreement and immediately stopped. Look, that black mountain is filled with treasures. A peak rank 8 ancient god of ancient soul hall called out. The leader of the ancient soul race, half-step god, Lord glanced over and was somewhat tempted. But at this moment, a crystal ball in his hand flashed with azure light. There's activity. The ancient god seal is nearby. Ancient god JLC called out in alarm. This tool had been given to them by Yu Hong. As long as the ancient god seal appeared within a certain range, it would produce a phenomenon. For a moment, the three-man team stood still. Why don't we go to that black mountain and take a look? The peak rank 8 ancient god whispered. Although finding the ancient god seal was their first mission, their movements here were not monitored. Ancient Soul Hall and God Lord Stellar Aspect had no idea what they were up to. No, let's find the ancient god seal first. The ancient Soul Hall God Lords and God Lord Stellar Aspect view the ancient god seal with such importance. If we can find the ancient god seal, we'll be the greatest contributors to this operation. We'll be rewarded handsomely. Ancient God JLC said after some thought. Chapter 1364. When the peak rank 8 Silver Tiger discovered the central treasury, Zhao Feng and the others did not immediately retreat. This was because Zhao Feng could see through the little thieving cat's eyes that the two Yao God groups were still fighting. Thus, Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng prepared to charge into the treasury, kill the Silver Tiger, and plunder a few things before leaving. However, just as the two were about to attack the peak rank 8 Silver Tiger, they suddenly realized that the Silver Tiger was giving off a soul intent that far surpassed their cultivation. Not good. This Silver Tiger is the clone of the Yao God group's leader. Zhao Feng's God Spiritual, I immediately saw this. At the same time, the little thieving cat told Zhao Feng what was happening on the battlefield. Let's go. The two Yao God groups are coming. Zhao Feng grimaced. As the two retreated, the peak rank 8 Silver Tiger charged out to stop Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng. This was naturally the will of the Silver Tiger leader. With Xen Wuheng and Zhao Feng's strength, killing the Silver Tiger would be a piece of cake. But now that the two Yao God groups were coming, they did not dare to linger for even a second longer. The moment they left the giant God race treasury, the two of them saw a vast horde of tiger and snake Yao gods in the distance, all of them charging at them. Their leaders were a giant tiger covered in strange dark silver stripes and a silver-green python. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th stage. If it was an ordinary peak rank 9 Yao god, Xen Wuheng wouldn't care at all. However, the Yao gods here were skilled in time and tent. In a one-on-one fight, even Xen Wuheng would find it troublesome. Moreover, the other side was a group of Yao gods, each one powerful and numerous. You two thieves, you dare to steal the treasures of my treasury! The giant silver tiger roared towards the sky, its might overflowing. It was you two who provoked our two groups. The silver-green python coldly said. Run! Zhao Feng called out. Given their reaction speed, they should have been able to escape before the two demon god groups arrived. Unfortunately, the peak rank 9 Silver Tiger had left an avatar in the central treasury. Because of the pinnacle rank 9 Yao immortals' deliberate control, the Silver Tiger's combat strength was even greater, but it still wasn't a match for Zhao Feng and his companion. Stay here! The avatar exploded under the control of the main body, forming a dark silver destructive storm that forced Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng into the depths of the treasury. Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng worked together, repeatedly using defensive secret techniques to block the damage from the explosion. Rumble! As soon as they did, the distant demon immortals swarmed toward Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng. Even Zhao Feng, who had always been calm, felt his heart racing. You can't escape. Xan Wuheng's face darkened. In this place, they were suppressed by the Time Power Upanishad, and their movement speed was halved. As for these Yao gods, they were born here and did not suffer the suppression. In fact, because of time intent, they moved with incredible speed. They were about to catch up to Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng. The power of these two Yao god groups was enough to instantly crush the two of them. Zhao Feng, do you have any ideas? Xan Wuheng asked. Up until now, Zhao Feng had always surprised everyone. If not even Zhao Feng could do anything, Xan Wuheng could only use the ancient god seal's power to leave with Zhao Feng. But the ancient god seal required 1,000,000 years to open a path. If they left now, they would need to wait another 1,000,000 years before they could enter again. Moreover, the resources they had gathered in the giant god race treasury weren't enough to support the rise of the entire giant god race. 1,000,000 years was far too long, and too many things could happen in that time. What's going on up ahead? The peak rank 8 ancient god of ancient soul hall asked in surprise. According to the tool in ancient god Jaelsia's hand, the ancient god seal was up ahead, but he sensed that something was wrong, and the air was suffused with the stench of blood. That's a group of Yao gods. Ancient god Jaelsia's divine sense was stronger and had a greater range, so he was able to sense what was going on. Could Xan Wuheng's group have been surrounded by a group of Yao gods? Ancient god Jaelsi speculated. The crystal ball in his hand told him that the ancient god seal wasn't far from that group of Yao gods. Then what should we do? The other member of the group asked. Let's wait and see. Ancient god Jaelsi called out. They were all keenly aware of how powerful the Yao gods of this place were. Even though he was a half-step god lord, he had no chance of winning against this many Yao gods. Ancient god Jaelsi was a half-step god lord, so he could sense the Yao god group. The Yao gods were creatures born and raised in this place, so they were not suppressed. Moreover, they were old and had formidable wills, so they could also sense the ancient soul hall trio behind them. When the two Yao god groups were less than 100,000 li from Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng, they suddenly stopped. Humans? The silver tiger's eyes were extremely gloomy. How could there be so many humans here? The silver-green python was also surprised. On the other side of the Yao god group, Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng sensed that there was something strange about the Yao god group. There's someone else. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. When Xan Wuheng opened the path to the ancient god seal, only the 5 of them had entered. But based on what the 2 Yao god groups were saying, there were apparently other humans nearby. It's not ancient god Resplendent's group, Xan Wuheng immediately said after making the connection. This was even more absurd. Could there have been humans in this dimension to begin with? But now was not the time to worry about this. Escaping was more important. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, and then he said in pleasant surprise, "Wonderful! Captain's group is here. The treasures of the treasury will be easy to obtain." Xan Wuheng was at first dazed, and then he gave a speechless smile. He didn't know who the other humans nearby were, but they had all fallen into Zhao Feng's trap. "What, Captain?" The silver tiger grimaced. It hadn't expected for these people to have companions. As they pursued Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng, they were truly far away from the treasury. If they continued to pursue Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng, the 3 people behind them might use this chance to enter the treasury. Moreover, the strongest of the 3 was a half-step god lord. In a one-on-one fight, not even the peak rank 9 silver tiger was a match for him. "Let's go!" Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng leisurely flew forward. The silver tiger Yao god group was in a dilemma. If they continued to pursue Zhao Feng, the 3 people behind them would use this chance to enter the treasury. "Help me out, and I'll reward you handsomely," The silver tiger said to the silver-green python. Okay. The silver-green python immediately agreed. In this battle between the two races, there had been many casualties, and all of this had been instigated by the humans, so he was extremely angry and hated the humans. You guys, chase after the two of them. The silver tiger immediately ordered. He and the silver-green python took many Yao gods and began to retreat to the rear. Of the remaining 4 silver tigers, one was a rank 9, 2 were peak rank 8s, and 1 was a rank 8. These 4 Yao gods immediately lunged at Xiao Feng and Xian Wuheng. Okay, Xian Wuheng couldn't help but call out. Compared to the danger from before, these 4 silver tigers weren't much. The nearby unknown human is actually so strong that 2 Yao god leaders are working together to deal with him. Xiao Feng was rather alarmed. He was just testing the waters just now. If he succeeded, it would naturally be for the best. But Xiao Feng hadn't expected for it to be so successful. The nearby unknown human had attracted the attention of 90% of the Yao gods. On the other end, Ancient God Jailsi, something's wrong. The peak rank 8 ancient god suddenly said. Something truly is wrong. Ancient God Jailsia's expression was extremely gloomy. The 3 of them hadn't done anything at all. So why was the horde of demon immortals suddenly attacking them with such ferocious energy? From the looks of it, they seemed to have formed some sort of blood feud. Ancient God Jailsi, let's go. The other rank 9 ancient god called out in alarm. Slow down. Ancient God Jailsi called out. They had missed out on the opportunity on the Black Mountain precisely to kill Xian Wuheng and obtain the ancient God seal. If they ran now, they would have missed out on this opportunity. Everyone, we don't seem to have any grudge. Ancient God Jailsi roared. Humph, no grudge? You make it sound so easy. The silver-green python coldly laughed. Nonsense. Crafty human die. The dark silver tiger, unable to restrain its rage, transformed into a silver-white streak of light and lunged at ancient God Jailsi. The silver-green python followed closely behind. The 2 of them had to work together to deal with this half-step god lord. These retarded Yao gods. Could they have been fooled by Xian Wuheng's scheme? Ancient God Jailsi had already thought of something, but in the face of such a terrifying number of Yao gods, he could only run. All of you must have misunderstood something. The 3 of us came to capture the 2 youths you surrounded just now. Ancient God Jailsi waved his hands, sending 2 black halos at the 2 peak rank 9 Yao gods. You must die, but they will also die. The silver tiger roared. On the other side, the 4 Yao gods they had left behind were enough to tear Xiao Feng and Xian Wuheng to pieces. Thus, the most important thing right now was to eliminate these 3 to vent the hatred in their hearts. Awul! The 4 Yao gods howled as they lunged forward. Let me! Xian Wuheng called out as he stepped forward, the bloodline in his body madly surging. Boom! A moment later, divine white light illuminated the sky, and Xian Wuheng's body instantly grew to a height of 100,000 feet. After activating his bloodline, Xian Wuheng's defense and strength were both greatly boosted. He was like a steel wall that blocked the 4 Yao gods. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng stood in the rear, using eye bloodline techniques and soul attacks to interfere with the 4 Yao gods. Of course, the 2 did not fight to the death, but instead fought and retreated. Lord Wuheng, we're here. Ancient God Resplendent's group soon called out. The little thieving cat also followed. There were more helpers. The rank 9 ancient god was both angry and vexed. Although these 2 were of unusual strength, they had the numerical advantage, so victory was still theirs. It was only a matter of time. But now, 3 more ancient gods had appeared, along with a bizarre cat. With their addition, the 4 silver tiger Yao gods were immediately at a disadvantage. Don't get caught up in the fight. Escaping is more important. Xian Wuhing said. Although they had the advantage, the Silver Tiger Yao gods were completely capable of requesting reinforcements. The group worked together to fight and retreat, smoothly escaping the entanglement of the Silver Tiger Yao gods. After flying for more than half a day, the group tunneled underground to take a break. Lord Wuheng, how did the operation go? Ancient god Qingyun excitedly asked. This was the treasury established by the giant god race. The resources and treasures inside were probably enough to support the rise of the giant god race. Chapter 1365. Lord Wuheng, how did the operation go? Ancient god Qingyun excitedly asked. This was the treasury established by the giant god race. The resources and treasures inside were probably enough to support the rise of the giant god race. The treasury was occupied by a group of Yao gods, and many of the resources and treasures were dug out long ago. Zhao Feng and I were pressed for time, so we were only able to obtain a portion. Xian Wuheng truthfully reported. The other members of the giant god race were rather disappointed by this. This was the treasury established by the giant god race. But due to the incident at Ancient God Hall, the giant god race could no longer return to this place, resulting in the treasury being occupied by the Yao gods. But that's not important. This ancestral legacy treasury is incredibly vast and filled with opportunities. We can stay here for a little longer and gather resources. Xian Wuheng added. The others naturally agreed with these words. Firstly, they hadn't gained much. Even if they returned to the giant god race, they would find it very difficult to reverse the situation. Secondly, it was naturally better to stay in such a precious and bizarre ancestral legacy treasury for a little longer. Excavating opportunities and increasing their strength was beneficial to the giant god race as a whole. It was rumored that this place contained the secret to becoming a god lord. If they could obtain this opportunity, they might even be able to become god lords. At that time, even if they didn't have many resources, they could still lead the giant god race to overthrow ancient Soul Hall. This place is fraught with danger. Our strength is far from enough. Xian Wuheng took out some of the resources he had seized from the treasury and distributed them to the group. These resources had been left behind by the giant god race in the past, so it was only right and proper for the giant god race to use them. Now, in order to increase their strength, Xian Wuheng was taking them out. Many thanks, Hall Master. Ancient God Resplendence and the others were shocked and delighted as they took the resources. Normally, they would have needed to exchange contribution points for these resources, but this was a special time, so they could enjoy such treatment. Zhao Feng, we need your strength, so you can also be considered a member of Giant God Hall. Xian Wuheng said to Zhao Feng, these resources were far from enough to supply the giant god race. If he were to give them to Zhao Feng, it would inevitably cause the other members of the giant god race to hold a grudge. So he said this, these are for your giant god race. Keep them. I hope that I can have the right to distribute the opportunities one obtain in this place. Zhao Feng rejected Xian Wuheng's gift and stated his own request. After all, it was only because of Xian Wuheng and the giant god race that he had the chance to come here. If he obtained some sort of precious treasure, the giant god race would inevitably set their sights on him and cause conflict between the two sides. Thus, Zhao Feng had refused the giant god race's resources and made this request. All right, I have no opinion on this. Let's see who's capable. Ancient God Qingyun immediately said. If he refused, Zhao Feng would be able to wantonly use the resources of the giant god race. Ancient God Qingyun did not want to see this. Moreover, the giant god race had many people. Could their treasure-seeking abilities be inferior to Zhao Feng's alone? All right, that's it. Xian Wuheng did not pay much attention to it. Zhao Feng's contribution was indispensable for them to be able to enter the ancestral legacy treasury alive. Furthermore, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were indispensable in the exploration of this place, so Zhao Feng's request wasn't unreasonable. Moreover, this dimension was something that the ancestors of the giant god race had inadvertently obtained, not created by the giant god race itself. This place was filled with opportunities, but it was also fraught with danger. If Xiao Feng had the strength, he could take it away. On the other side, the ancient Soul Hall group was being pursued by a group of Yao gods. Don't let them escape. The Silver Tiger roared. He had just received news that Xiao Feng's group had smoothly escaped. If he allowed these humans to escape as well, he would never be able to swallow this anger. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that the ancient soul race is easy to bully? Ancient god JLC was infuriated. He didn't want to tangle with the Yao gods for too long, but they were relentlessly pursuing him. He was a mighty half-step god lord, but he was being pursued by 2-peak rank 9 ancient gods. BZZZZ. Ancient god JLC immediately activated his bloodline power, and his body transformed into a translucent black soul body. Boom! Plush! The attacks of the Silver Tiger and Silver Green Python passed right through ancient god JLC's body without inflicting much damage. The ancient soul race. The Silver Green Python's expression darkened. In its memories, this race was extremely powerful and skilled in soul attacks. The Dead Sea of Hell. Ancient god JLC's body continued to swell, transforming into a black wave that floated in the sky. Many of the Yao gods with weaker soul intents trembled as they felt an unprecedented pressure weighing down on their souls. Ancient god JLC's supreme technique. By using the special spiritual bodies of the ancient soul race and using a secret bloodline art, he can create a soul sea of hell. Wherever it goes, all souls will fall silent and plunge them into hell. The other two couldn't help but sigh in shock. Die! Ancient god JLC roared. The black and silent wave immediately rose several dozen feet into the air, transforming into a massive tsunami that engulfed the Yao gods. The 2-peak rank 9 Yao gods immediately used soul attacks, but ancient god JLC's soul was so powerful that it took the brunt of their soul attacks and held forward. In a flash, the 2-peak rank 9 Yao gods were surrounded by the black wave. The other Yao gods nearby were also caught up in the shock waves. At first, they did their best to fight back, but gradually, their souls began to rapidly weaken, and quite a few rank 8 Yao gods were devoured by ancient god JLC. Not good. This person's soul techniques are too powerful. The Silver Green Python used the power of time to fight against the dark seawater. Save me. On the other side, the Silver Tiger, whose speed and agility were slightly inferior to the Python, had already been restrained by ancient god JLC's soul body. Anyone who can be called a half-step god lord has at least one intent that has reached level 9. My water intent is extremely powerful. None of you will be able to escape. Ancient god JLC's voice came from the black wave. Besides water intent, his soul attacks were also infused with darkness intent. The two worked together to gradually cause a soul to lose consciousness and sink into silence. As long as they could no longer fight back, he could easily refine and devour their souls. However, using this secret art was extremely taxing on ancient god JLC's bloodline. Moreover, the range of his attacks was very wide, so it was also very taxing on his mind. The 2-peak rank 9 ancient gods grimaced. If not for their powerful soul intents and their mastery of time intent, they would have already been killed. The world darkened, and the dark water seemed to drown out everything. Work together. The 2-peak rank 9 Yao gods glanced at each other and began to circulate time intent. Suddenly, the world slowed to a crawl and eventually came to a stop. The 2-peak rank 9 Yao gods instantly broke free of ancient god JLC's bindings. They hadn't even gotten very far when the world returned to normal. They escaped. Time intent. Ancient god Jaelsia's expression darkened. The two peak rank 9 ancient gods worked together to use time intent to freeze time in an area. Fortunately, ancient god Jaelsi had a powerful cultivation, and the freezing lasted for only half a second. After breaking free, the two peak rank 9 Yao gods had extremely weak and dispirited expressions as they stared at ancient god Jaelsi. Although they had broken free, the two of them were in an extremely low state, with less than 50% of their peak fighting power. However, ancient god Jaelsi had been using this secret art for a long time. Let's go! The dark water slowly gathered back into ancient god Jaelsia's appearance. Although he had managed to intimidate the two Yao god groups, ancient god Jaelsi had also expended a great deal of energy. If he continued to fight, his soul would suffer irreparable wounds. Moreover, this place was fraught with danger, and they still had a mission to complete. Whoosh! 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 Ancient god Jaelsia's team left, and the surviving Yao gods only watched, making no attempt to stop them. Xian Wuheng, Zhao Feng, I'll make you beg for death. Ancient god Jaelsia's face was savage as he gnashed his teeth. This incident was definitely because of Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng's group. Deep underground, Zhao Feng's group was waiting. The members of the giant god race were using the items they had plundered from the treasury to cultivate and increase their strength. Zhao Feng also took out a dark lightning crystal from the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror and swallowed it. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror could automatically refine and absorb souls, so Zhao Feng didn't have to worry about it. However, while refining souls, the lightning energy of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror would weaken. However, if the refined lightning soul crystal was used as an energy source, it could increase the power of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Zhao Feng had recently been consuming lightning soul crystals to refine his soul intent, strengthen his soul energy, and expel the impurities in his soul. Lightning soul crystal. Ancient god Qingyan saw Zhao Feng swallow a dark lightning crystal, and his face froze in shock. It was no wonder that Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline techniques were so powerful that not even he, with his giant god race bloodline, could resist them. As it turned out, Zhao Feng had such a precious soul resource. It's rumored that lightning soul crystals can temper one's soul, refine one's soul energy, expel one's demon barrier, and cause the soul to undergo a heaven-toppling transformation. Ancient god Sundermount immediately said, "But swallowing it like that is truly reckless." Ancient god Qingyan quietly chuckled. The medicinal energy of lightning soul crystals was extremely tyrannical. It was normally crushed into powder or mixed with other soul-healing liquids. Otherwise, one might not be able to endure the tyrannical medicinal energy and suffer irreparable damage to the soul. However, after Zhao Feng swallowed the lightning soul crystal, he didn't show any signs of discomfort. His mouth would occasionally crackle, and he seemed to be enjoying it. This was not an act on Zhao Feng's part. To his lightning soul body, this tyrannical lightning soul crystal was the best tonic. Alas, these lightning soul crystals were all refined from the souls of rank 8 ancient gods. Zhao Feng mentally sighed. These lightning soul crystals were all refined from the souls of the experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall. But the souls that Zhao Feng used the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror to absorb were at most peak rank 8. At this time, Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the limit of rank 8, and if he consumed too many lightning soul crystals, their effects would weaken. If he had lightning soul crystals refined from rank 9 souls, Zhao Feng's soul intent would have a high chance of directly reaching rank 9. Besides cultivating his soul, Zhao Feng was also comprehending time intent. In the ancestral legacy treasury, if one wasn't skilled in time intent, one would suffer greatly. Moreover, Zhao Feng cultivated time intent, and there were many more time intent resources here, making them much easier for him to cultivate. It wasn't just Zhao Feng. Xian Wuheng and the other ancient gods also began to comprehend time and tent. 1 month later, the group ended their seclusion and prepared to continue exploring. Let's first find the best time and tent resources. If we can all comprehend time and tent, our overall strength will receive a massive boost. Xian Wuheng proposed. Chapter 1366. Let's first find the best time and tent resources. If we can comprehend some time and tent, our overall strength will greatly increase. Xian Wuheng proposed. Once an ancient god reached the ancient god level, comprehending time and tent was extremely simple. However, if one didn't have talent in this aspect, it would still be difficult to advance. A low-level time and tent wasn't very useful to an ancient god realm expert. However, not long after the crowd appeared, a powerful divine sense swept across the area. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Not good. It's a scout from the Silver Tiger Yao gods. Through this divine sense, they were able to track down the appearance of the owner of the divine sense. Although this person was only an ordinary rank 8 ancient god, if it sensed Zhao Feng's group, it would definitely notify the other Yao gods. Let's go! Everyone didn't say anything else and decided to escape first. They had tricked the 2 Yao god groups into attacking a half-step god lord. Given how much time had passed, the 2 sides definitely knew what had happened. Even if they didn't know what had happened, Zhao Feng's group was still a thief who had robbed the treasury. The Silver Tiger Yao gods would not let them go. Clink-clang. The little thieving cat tossed its bronze coin and pointed in a direction. Xian Wuheng had some understanding of the little thieving cat's abilities, so he immediately led the group in the direction the little thieving cat had pointed. But in truth, the White Tiger Yao gods were only patrolling the area. They had suffered grievous casualties, and the souls of the Silver Tiger Yao gods were heavily injured. If an enemy attacked at this moment, they would be in danger. Within the giant god race treasury, those thieves! The Silver Tiger repeatedly sighed. His race had suffered grievous casualties, and he himself was heavily injured. It was more important to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. At this moment, several powerful auras began to approach the treasury. There were actually 2 half-step god lord auras among them. Humans! The Silver Tiger grimaced. 3 of these 6 figures were ancient god Jaelsia's group that they had been pursuing before. 6 powerful auras descended upon the giant god race treasury, causing all the Silver Tiger Yao gods to feel as if they were facing a powerful foe. Whoosh! All the Silver Tiger Yao immortals rushed out and looked at the 6 people in the sky, ready for battle. Humans, you have the advantage in numbers. I admit defeat. I'll let you have this treasury. The peak rank 9 Silver Tiger said unwillingly. He also believed that these people were coveting the treasury that he had occupied. Ancient God Jaelsi, you were reduced to such a miserable state by this weak peak rank 9. An old man in a dark green robe couldn't help but smile. Elder, back then, 2 Fey god groups joined forces. A rank 9 ancient god spoke up for ancient God Jaelsi. The elder in the dark azure robe was another half-step god, lord of ancient Soul Hall, ancient god Destruction Flow. It was rumored that he and ancient God Jaelsi were close friends when they were young, but during one of the secret dimension explorations, they fought over treasures and became enemies. This is where I sense the location of the ancient god seal. A pity that I was delayed by the 2 Yao god groups, allowing Xian Wuheng and the others to escape. Ancient God Jaelsi had a gloomy expression as he ignored ancient God Destruction Flow and spoke to Yu Heng. Yu Heng closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together. After a long time, he opened his deep eyes and didn't say a word. I clearly already have a few clues, but I still can't divine their location. Yu Heng was alarmed and felt that there was something fishy about this matter. If his master were here, he would be able to sense that an even more profound power of the Way of Destiny was affecting Yu Heng's deduction. Kill them all. Don't let go of any clues. Yu Heng suddenly said, a smile on his handsome face. The ancient soul race was skilled in the soul Tao. After devouring the souls of their opponents, they could obtain all their memories and information. If you want the treasury, we'll give it to you, but if you insist on attacking my race, we won't let you have it easy. The silver tiger roared, its body exploding with a savage energy. The other silver tiger Yao gods also had indignant looks on their faces as they prepared to put their lives on the line. If they really did fight, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. But at this moment, they had no other choice but to use this threat to threaten the humans. Once the humans attacked, they would use suicidal attacks. The threat of the silver tiger Yao gods made the members of Ancient Soul Hall hesitate. If they weren't careful, the self-detonation of a peak rank 9 could kill even a half-step god lord, let alone ancient god Jailsi, who is already injured. A bunch of ants still want to resist. Yu Heng faintly smiled and stepped forward. What does he want to do? Ancient god Jailsi and ancient god destruction, Flo, stared at Yu Heng in confusion. They listened to Yu Heng not because of Yu Heng's strength, but because of God Lord's stellar aspect. With Yu Heng's rank 9 ancient god strength, if he wasn't careful, he could be killed by a sudden attack from a silver tiger Yao god. However, in the next moment, Yu Heng's body began to emanate an ancient bloodline aura that could shake everything in the area. BZZZZ. Streams of gold and silver energy revolved around Yu Heng's body, forming the image of an ancient god devil. In a flash, the blood of the silver tiger Yao gods felt an incredible pressure. It was as if Yu Heng was their ancestor. Almost all the Yao gods prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies and souls trembling in fear. Only the 2 rank 9 Yao gods stared in shock and fear at Yu Heng. Not only that, but the Ancient Soul Hall members behind Yu Heng also felt an incredibly powerful ancient bloodline pressure. The half-step god, Lord of Ancient Soul Hall, even sensed that his ancient soul race bloodline was unable to circulate, that his body could not transform into an ancient soul body. Just what sort of bloodline is this? Ancient god, Jailsi trembled as he stared at Yu Heng in shock. Even when facing the giant god race, he had never felt this way. If this was the case, then Yu Heng's bloodline was definitely in the top 10 ancient races, and it gave off the feeling that it was even higher. The top 10 ancient races were all forbidden existences in the legends of the Desolate Era. Just which one of the top 10 bloodlines did Yu Heng possess? Kill! Yu Heng called out. The Ancient Soul Hall experts nodded in shock and charged forward. As for the silver tiger Yao gods, under the suppression of Yu Heng's supreme bloodline, they found it difficult to even think of resisting. Even if they did, their fighting power would be greatly reduced. In the end, all the silver tiger Yao gods were killed. The Ancient Soul Hall experts extracted the memories from their souls. There's a report that Xian Wuheng's group appeared there a few days ago. A rank 9 ancient god shared the information he had obtained with the others, but this was all the information they had on Zhao Feng's group. Split up and continue searching. If there's anything, report to me. Yu Heng flatly said. This treasury. Ancient god Jailsi turned to the treasury. The silver tiger Yao gods had all been killed, and the treasury was empty. Such a precious treasure trove was simply abandoned here. It was truly a reckless waste of God's gifts. Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes. The moment Yu Heng finished speaking, the members of Ancient Soul Hall surged into the treasury. Only Yu Heng floated in the air, looking into the distance as if in deep thought. 15 minutes later, the members of Ancient Soul Hall emerged from the treasury. Yu Heng chose a few items that he needed from everyone else's harvest. The 2 half-step god lords had no complaints. After fleeing for some distance, Zhao Feng's group stopped. This cat is truly reliable. We should be heading toward the inner region of the ancestral legacy treasury. Ancient god resplendence praised the little thieving cat. There was no sun or moon in the ancestral legacy treasury. The world was overcast, and divine sense and vision were hindered, making it impossible to determine one's direction. But as they advanced, they discovered that the plants growing around them were getting older and older. Even the rare plants that occasionally appeared were nearly 1 billion years old. Thus, ancient god resplendence speculated that they were heading toward the inner region. "There's a building up ahead," Zhao Feng suddenly said. No one doubted this. After spending so much time together, they had a certain understanding of the abilities of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Could it be a Yao god faction that exists in this place? Ancient god Sundermount speculated. That's a building of the Heaven's legacy race. Zhao Feng carefully examined it for a few moments before finally saying, "Heaven's legacy race?" The others immediately called out in alarm. How could there be a building of the Heaven's legacy race in this dimension? The ordinary members of the giant god race believed that the ancestral legacy treasury had been established by a god lord of the giant god race. Everyone, in truth, the ancient god seal was accidentally obtained by an ancestor of the giant god race. Later on, this dimension was opened, and after being passed down through the generations, it became known as the Ancestral Legacy Treasury. Xian Wuheng told them what only the god lords of the giant god race knew. The ancient god seal was connected to the Heaven's legacy race, so it made sense that this dimension was connected to the Heaven's legacy race. It's rumored that the Heaven's legacy race divided its main legacy into countless branches of various sizes, all over the fan universe. Could this dimension be one of the many branches of the Heaven's legacy race's legacy? Ancient god Chang Yin speculated. If this really was the case, then this legacy was definitely an extremely high-level branch legacy of the Heaven's legacy race. I'm not sure about this either. I asked the ancestor of the giant god race about this, but not even he gave me a definite answer. Xian Wuheng shook his head. The group slowly approached the Heaven's legacy race building. Firstly, the legacy of the Heaven's legacy race was extremely attractive. Many of the skills of the Heaven's legacy race could even change the fate of a faction. Secondly, everyone wanted to figure out the origin of this space. There was no doubt that this dimension was of a very high level. Even half-step god lords would be suppressed here. Moreover, this dimension was rather bizarre. All the Yao gods were extremely skilled in time intent, and the various resources were also primarily based on time intent. Soon, the huge steel building appeared in front of everyone. Meow. The little thieving cat suddenly began to gesture with Zhao Feng. "There's danger." Zhao Feng's expression froze. Wasn't it the little thieving cat that led them here? Why did it say that there was danger after bringing them here? The little thieving cat immediately explained that it was only leading the group in this direction, not allowing them to enter the building. Zhao Feng was just preparing to tell the group what the little thieving cat meant. Suddenly, ancient god Qingyin called out in alarm, "That's a moonlight sky bamboo!" It said that it requires at least 2 billion years to grow, and it's a time cultivation resource. In a corner of the building was a bamboo shoot glimmering with white light. When the group looked at it, they felt like they were in a world of space-time. It's rumored that the moonlight sky bamboo contains extremely pure time essence and is one of the most precious treasures for comprehending time intent. Consuming it can even increase one's ability to comprehend time intent. This legendary time intent cultivation resource was a treasure that all time intent cultivators dreamed of obtaining. In the outside world, there was simply no market for it. Several million years ago, news of this resource appearing somewhere in the ancient, desolate realm of gods immediately attracted the attention of many time intent cultivators of the surrounding zones. Even god lords personally took action. Chapter 1367 Moonlight Sky Bamboo. Everyone stared at the interior of the Heavens Legacy Race Building. Even Zhao Feng was so moved that he forgot about the danger the little thieving cat spoke of. Normal time intent cultivation materials only contain the power and intent of time intent. However, the moonlight sky bamboo contained the essence of time. It was a rare treasure among time intent cultivation materials. After consuming this resource, one could slowly refine and comprehend time essence, allowing one to comprehend time intent with half the effort. Moreover, there was a rumor that consuming the moonlight sky bamboo could increase one's ability to comprehend time intent. It was a resource that time intent cultivators could only dream of. Although they were tempted by the appearance of such a valuable treasure, no one dared to act recklessly. Based on their previous experience, any place with a treasure was accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Perhaps the Heavens Legacy Race Building, where the moonlight sky bamboo resided, contained some unknown danger. The group cautiously approached and warily observed their surroundings. There's nothing strange about it. After careful observation, they didn't find anything suspicious and couldn't help but speed up. But when they were less than 100 feet from the Heavens Legacy Race Building, they suddenly sensed an extremely profound time intent pressure. What a powerful pressure! Ancient God Resplendence said in shock. It must be the time energy exuded by the moonlight sky bamboo. Ancient God Qingyun excitedly said, the moonlight sky bamboo was a treasure used to cultivate time intent, so it was of extremely high quality. Coupled with the fact that the resources here were even older, it wasn't strange for them to exude such profound time energy. Of course, there was also another reason. They were not skilled in time intent, or else this pressure would have been much weaker. After entering the Heavens Legacy Race Building, they still didn't find anything strange, so they became even bolder and charged at the moonlight sky bamboo. But the closer they got, the more the time intent pressure increased. It was like the entire space had become extremely thick and heavy, and their every movement was greatly hindered and slowed down. But the more this was the case, the more it proved that the moonlight sky bamboo was of extremely high quality. Once they were only 1 foot from the moonlight sky bamboo, every inch seemed to take an extremely long time. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye noticed something strange. Careful! Zhao Feng immediately warned, but his voice was extremely slow. Before he could finish speaking, 3 white lights appeared from within the Heavens Legacy Race Building. Swoosh! In an instant, the 3 beams of light closed in on Zhao Feng and the others. Their speed shocked everyone. Due to the suppression of the profound of time, no one could react in time. They couldn't even use their defensive methods. Boom! A few white light beams as thick as an arm bombarded where everyone was at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, the attack was not very powerful, and no one had received any fatal injuries. However, if they continued to stay near the moonlight sky bamboo, they would not be able to fight back at all. The continuous damage would slowly accumulate, and it would be enough to cause serious injuries. The group left the vicinity of the moonlight sky bamboo. What is that? Fortunately, their cultivation is not high, and their attacks are not strong. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. As Zhao Feng's group left the vicinity of the moonlight sky bamboo, the influence of the time intent weakened. Everyone stared at the 3 strange spiritual bodies floating above their heads. The 3 special demon immortals were about the size of a normal human. Their faces were savage, with triangular eyes and long ears. They looked like 3 little devils. They had no legs and just floated in the air. Human die. The 3 devil Yao gods glared at Zhao Feng's group and attacked. Truly reckless. So weak, yet you dare to attack us. Ancient God Chengyin couldn't help but sneer. They had almost obtained the moonlight sky bamboo, but because of these 3 devil Yao gods, they were forced to retreat. They had also experienced the strength of these 3 devil Yao gods. Their attacks were only slightly stronger than an ordinary rank 8. The three fiend Yao immortals were unmoved. Their killing intent toward the group was so solid that it seemed solid. Swoosh, swoosh. A few white auroras shone down. Before ancient god Qingyan could react, he was struck by the attacks. The others did react, but only Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng managed to dodge the attacks. What a fast attack! Ancient god Resplendence said in shock. The enormous suppression of time, intent, prevented them from noticing this. Hurry and kill them, or else we won't be able to get the moonlight sky bamboo. Ancient god Changyan bellowed as he took the lead and thrust out a palm. Swish! Ancient god Changyan cultivated wind intent, so this palm of his was extremely fast. However, the three Yao immortals shifted slightly to the left and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, the rest of the group began to unleash attacks, preparing to finish off the three Yao gods. Boom! Swoosh! Attacks filled the sky, flying back and forth. The three Yao gods weaved through the gaps between the attacks, dodging all the attacks without suffering the slightest injury. On the other hand, the rest of the group was slightly injured. The three devil Yao gods attacked with incredible speed. If they were completely focused, they would have been able to dodge. Damn! This situation made all of them rather sullen. But what could they do? The three devil Yao gods were moving too fast, almost as fast as instant movement. Instant movement required time, and these three Yao gods seemed to be born with this speed. Given how fast they were, it was probably impossible for them to engage in close combat. It's also very hard to lock onto them with eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng helplessly smiled. The three devil Yao gods had extremely sharp senses. The moment they sensed that Zhao Feng had locked onto them, they immediately began to move. Such speed! Could it be the light race, one of the top 10 races of the 10,000 ancient races? Xian Wuheng mentally muttered. The light race, ranked 7th among the 10,000 ancient races, controlled time energy and possessed the fastest speed in the fan universe. But the light race was not a Yao god, and they had a completely different appearance from the devil Yao gods. Meanwhile, the three teams from Ancient Soul Hall had swept through the giant god race treasury before splitting up to search for Xian Wuheng's group. Don't let me catch you, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Ancient god JLC had a gloomy expression. They were originally on the verge of obtaining the ancient god seal and becoming the greatest contributors. But because of Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng's scheme, they were surrounded by two Yao god groups, causing him to lose all face in front of ancient god destruction flow. The moment he finished speaking, the crystal ball in ancient god JLC's hand flashed with an azure light. Nearby! Ancient god JLC grimaced. The other two members of Ancient Soul Hall were also shocked. They didn't expect their luck to be so good that they actually found the location of their target again. Elder, aren't we going to inform you, Hung? The rank 9 ancient god asked. Yu Hung had instructed them to inform him immediately if they discovered the whereabouts of the ancient god seal. Don't be hasty. Ancient god JLC hesitated for a few moments before speaking. As long as he successfully obtained the ancient god seal this time, he would be the greatest contributor. Another reason was that his sworn enemy, ancient god destruction flow, just so happened to be on the same team as Yu Hung. So he didn't want ancient god destruction flow to benefit. If we can solve it, then all the credit will be ours. If it's too difficult, it won't be too late to inform them. Ancient god JLC added, and the other two agreed. Ancient god JLC's group quickly flew in the direction indicated by the crystal ball. A heaven's legacy race building. The rank 9 expert of Ancient Soul Hall exclaimed. Why would there be a heaven's legacy race building here? Another member of the team muttered in shock. In their understanding, the ancestral legacy treasury was the private treasury of the giant god race, but they hadn't expected for it to contain a heaven's legacy race building. It seemed like this treasury had an unusual origin. They must be searching for some treasure in the heaven's legacy race building. The rank 9 ancient god was stunned. The Heavens legacy race had countless branches of inheritance in the fan universe, and there were both big and small opportunities hidden within them. A high-level dimension, like the ancestral legacy treasury, would definitely contain extraordinary Heavens legacy race legacies. Enemies are bound to meet. Ancient god JLC savagely laughed as he led the group forward. Before they even got close to the Heavens legacy race building, they sensed the astonishing ripples of divine power and the sounds of battle, causing them to slightly slow down. Within the Heavens legacy race building, the 3 extremely fast devil Yao gods were making everyone extremely annoyed. Use large-scale attacks to completely seal off their range of dodging, Zhao Feng suggested. Everyone immediately agreed to this suggestion. Although the 3 Fiend Yao immortals were fast, the narrow space here limited their strengths. Water Lightning Illusion World. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, unleashing a net of lightning. This lightning energy rapidly expanded, absorbing the surrounding water intent and transforming into a massive net of water lightning that sealed off the 3 devil Yao gods' paths of retreat. On the other side, the giant god race team unleashed powerful large-scale attacks. The devil Yao gods were only fast, but their defenses were rather average. They were struck by the combined attacks and were immediately slain. It's finally over. Ancient god Cheng Yin exhaled and turned to the moonlight sky bamboo. But at this moment, 3 powerful auras appeared outside the Heavens legacy race building. Haha, the moonlight sky bamboo is ours, and your lives are also ours. Ancient god JLC loudly laughed. They had failed last time, but now they had discovered Zhao Feng's group again. Besides that, they had also discovered the moonlight sky bamboo, a cultivation treasure for time intent. This was a double harvest. There's someone else. Ancient god Resplendence grimaced. The others also grimaced. They were inside the building, so their senses were hindered. As a result, they were unable to sense what was happening outside. There, from Ancient Soul Hall, Ancient god Sundermount was flabbergasted. Wasn't the ancestral legacy treasury only accessible through the Ancient God Seal? Why would the people of Ancient Soul Hall come here? The people of Ancient Soul Hall actually came here? Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng's expressions shook and were filled with disbelief. How could this be? Ancient God Cheng Yun's body trembled in despair. Just when they were about to obtain the moonlight sky bamboo, the 3 devil Yao gods had suddenly caused trouble. Now that they had dealt with them, they were faced with an even greater danger. Although there were only 3 enemies, they were not people they could fight against. Just the half-step god Lord alone was enough to control the situation. Chapter 1368. The giant god race had the advantage in numbers, but the power of Ancient Soul Hall's half-step god lords could easily crush anyone below rank 9. The only person who could stop Ancient God JLC for a moment was Xian Wuheng. But that was only if Xian Wuheng activated his bloodline and used all his techniques. How could this be? How did they get here? Is the giant god race destined to never rise again? Ancient god Resplendence had a look of despair on her face. She originally believed that, by coming here, she would be cut off from the ancient, desolate realm of gods. As long as she gathered enough resources and returned to the race, she could rest and gradually develop until she surpassed Ancient Soul Hall. She hadn't expected that Ancient Soul Hall's pursuit would extend all the way to the ancestral legacy treasury. These 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall alone were not people they could fight against. No one knew if there were other Ancient Soul Hall experts nearby. How did you get in here? Xian Wuheng's expression darkened as he asked. This was the biggest doubt in his heart. There's no need for people about to die to know so much. Ancient God JLC faintly smiled. In truth, he only knew that they had used God Lord Stellar Aspect's teleportation array to get here. God Lord Stellar Aspect and Yu Heng had mysterious backgrounds. Probably only the God Lord experts of ancient Soul Hall knew the specifics. Ancient God Jalsi secretly messaged the other two ancient gods. Attack Xan Wuheng. Seizing the ancient god seal is the most important thing. In contrast to the despair of the giant god race members, Zhao Feng was calmly examining the trio. Could it be that the humans that appeared near the two Yao god groups were also these people? Zhao Feng carefully thought back to what had happened. Back then, the two peak rank 9 Yao gods had discovered other humans and worked together to deal with them. Only a half-step god lord could make these two Yao god groups treat them with such importance and work together to deal with them. Bzzz. Zhao Feng's left eye slowly began to turn as he began to carefully examine ancient God Jalsi. Gradually, Zhao Feng was able to see the condition of ancient God Jalsia's body and soul. It really was them. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. The injuries on the trio had not completely healed. Ancient God Jalsi in particular had consumed too much of his bloodline, and his soul origin was also rather weak. Xan Wuheng, listen to me. Zhao Feng transmitted his voice to Xan Wuheng without changing his expression. Ancient God Jalsi and the other two had intentionally concealed their injuries, so that the members of the giant god race would find it difficult to see. Thus, they believed that they had no chance of victory and found it difficult to even muster the will to fight. Give me your life. Ancient God Jalsi bellowed, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of black energy flew out. In this black light was a savage crocodile. It was none other than ancient God Jalsia's soul beast. At the same time, ancient God Jalsia's body swayed as he joined the soul beast in attacking ancient God Resplendence. On the other side, the two ancient gods of ancient Soul Hall also unleashed their soul beast attacks. All right, let's pretend to attack the others, then surround Xan Wuheng and kill him. Ancient God Jalsi mentally chuckled. They were all aware of Xan Wuheng's strength. If he were to unleash his full strength, it would be extremely terrifying. The only person present who could contend against ancient God Jalsi was Xan Wuheng. As long as he was killed, there was nothing to worry about. If ancient God Jalsi was in his peak condition, he could just attack Xan Wuheng. Alas, the injuries to his soul were not so easy to heal, so this strategy made it easier to succeed. But the moment the ancient Soul Hall experts unleashed their attacks, Xan Wuheng charged forward. Boom! A heaven-shaking ancient bloodline energy surged toward the ancient Soul Hall trio. As he activated his giant god race bloodline, Xan Wuheng waved his hands and used a secret defensive art. Immediately, a 5-colored mirror appeared between his palms. How could this be? Ancient God Jalsi grimaced in disbelief. Xan Wuheng seemed to have planned this all along. He exploded with all his strength and charged forward with incredible speed. The defensive art he used weakened the attacks of the ancient Soul Hall trio. Boom! As Xan Wuheng collided with the ancient Soul Hall trio, his body suddenly expanded. A giant more than 100,000 feet tall appeared outside the Heaven's Legacy Race building, causing the earth to tremble. Clang-clang. The ancient Soul Hall trio were sent flying for some distance before finally managing to steady themselves. Other than ancient God Jalsi, the other two ancient Soul Hall members alternated between red and white, blood trickling down the corner of their lips. Ancient Soul Hall was skilled in the Soul Tao, and the giant god race possessed extremely powerful bodies. Moreover, Xan Wuheng had an extremely thick bloodline. Thus, in a direct clash of strength, the three ancient Soul Hall members were forced back by Xan Wuheng. How could this be? On the surface, we have the advantage. They should be on the defensive. The peak rank 8 ancient god was stunned. Moreover, the other members of the giant god race truly did have gloomy expressions, their hearts filled with fear and no desire to fight. They saw our injuries. Ancient God Jalsia's expression darkened. After sending the ancient Soul Hall trio flying, Xian Wuheng did not pause. He continued to charge forward and thrust out a finger. This finger was as massive as a mountain. Xian Wuheng gathered all his strength and fused it with 5 elements intent and thrust it forward. Humph! A trifling rank 9 ancient god. Even if this old man is injured, killing you is still easy. Ancient god JLC was instantly enraged. Their plan had completely failed, and they had been caught off guard by Xian Wuheng. This infuriated him. But the moment he finished speaking, ancient god JLC sensed something and his eyes froze. Xian Wuheng, who was charging over, tilted his head slightly. Behind him, a dreamy silver eye appeared in front of the ancient Soul Hall trio. That's a secret art similar to the space transference eye. The rank 9 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall called out in alarm. Xian Wuheng's massive body and his intimidating bloodline energy concealed everything, so they failed to sense the space transference eye in the sky. Tribulation lightning eye flame. In the Eye of Heaven state, Zhao Feng unleashed his tribulation lightning eye bloodline technique. His target was only one, ancient god JLC. Zhao Feng had just become a rank 8 ancient god and could fight against a rank 9 ancient god. If he wanted to kill a rank 9, he would need to use his origin energy and some of his trump cards. Ancient god JLC was only a half-step god lord, so there was an enormous gap between him and a rank 9 ancient god. In the face of such an opponent, Zhao Feng did not dare to be careless and fought at his peak state. Just a moment ago, he had undone the seal on his origin energy. In addition, while in the Eye of Heaven state, the power of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques would receive an enormous boost. Kakrak, a twisted lightning flame exploded on ancient god Jailsia's soul body. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, the destructive lightning energy causing the 2 ancient gods on the side to tremble in fear. If they were to face this eye bloodline technique, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Ancient god Jailsia's thoughts were momentarily interrupted by the tribulation lightning eye flame. At this moment, Xian Wuheng's attack arrived. Oh no! The other 2 ancient gods grimaced and used their secret defensive arts to protect ancient god JLC. Boom! Bang! Xian Wuheng thrust out a finger, shattering the divine power barrier in front of ancient god JLC. Ancient god JLC was also thrown several thousand li away. Alas, by the time Xian Wuheng struck ancient god JLC, he had already partially recovered and was circulating divine power to block the majority of the damage. After doing all this, Zhao Feng ignored ancient god JLC and looked behind him. Still not done? Zhao Feng's brow furrowed. While he and Xian Wuheng were moving out, he had ancient god Resplendence Group take away the moonlight sky bamboo as quickly as possible, but they still hadn't succeeded. Meow. The little thieving cat grinned, indicating that it was still up to him. Deish! In a flash of silver-gray light, the little thieving cat immediately approached the moonlight sky bamboo. It's this cat. It's not suppressed by this dimension. Ancient god Resplendence rejoiced. The little thieving cat truly was not suppressed by this dimension, but the time energy exuded by the moonlight sky bamboo was extremely powerful, so the little thieving cat was still somewhat affected. However, it still quickly approached the moonlight sky bamboo and plucked it with a swipe of its paw. At this moment, an astonishing energy exploded from the horizon. I'll tear all of you to pieces, ancient god JLC roared as he transformed into a black wave that frenziedly charged forward. Hide inside, Zhao Feng suddenly said. The group began to make their way into the Heaven's Legacy Race building. It was only because they had caught ancient god JLC off guard that they managed to catch him off guard, but ancient god JLC had not been very injured. In addition, the ancient soul race was skilled in speed, and as a half-step god lord, ancient god Jalsi was undoubtedly the fastest person present. If they tried to flee, they would definitely be caught. Thus, hiding inside the Heaven's Legacy Race building was the better choice. "Follow me," Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. When making this decision, he had already roughly inspected the building and realized that it was extremely large. On the way, he saw many places growing time-type cultivation resources, but most of them were not as valuable as a time treasure like the moonlight sky bamboo. Their lives were more important, so they didn't have the time to pluck them. Moreover, once they got close to these resources, they would be affected by time intent. Ancient god Jalsi would probably arrive before they succeeded. Besides these resources, there were also the Devil Yao gods. When the Devil Yao gods saw Zhao Feng's group, they immediately put on savage and furious expressions. "Leave it to me." Xian Wuheng went to the back of the group and slightly activated his bloodline. Circulating divine power, he unleashed 5 colored rings of light to block the attacks of the Devil Yao gods. Fortunately, these Devil Yao gods weren't very strong, so Xian Wuheng alone was enough to deal with them. Meow. The little thieving cat suddenly left Zhao Feng's shoulder and jumped to the side. "What does that cat want to do?" Ancient god Chen Yun immediately asked. The little thieving cat was holding the moonlight sky bamboo. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. The little thieving cat's body split into 4, each of them jumping to a nearby building, its hand surrounded by silver-gray light as it began to feel around. The gloomy space immediately began to flash with faint light, exuding an inexplicable chill. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall quickly caught up. At this moment, something happened. Kaboom! Many holes appeared on the walls on both sides of the corridor, spewing out black flames that formed a massive net of fire. "Careful!" Ancient god Jalsi grimaced, but it was too late. 2 nearby Devil Yao gods were engulfed by the black flames and instantly turned to ash. Caught off guard, the 3 were also engulfed by the black flame net. Their bodies were instantly set aflame, and even their souls were somewhat scorched. Damn! It's a trap of the Heaven's Legacy Race. Furious shouts could be heard as the 3 were forced to stop in order to block the terrifying black flames. Chapter 1369. Damn! It's a trap set up by the Heaven's Legacy Race. Furious shouts could be heard as the trio was forced to stop in order to block the terrifying black flames. What sort of flame is this? The peak rank 8 ancient god of Ancient Soul Hall asked in alarm. These black flames could absorb the energy in their bodies to increase the intensity of the flames. Moreover, these flames could even affect the soul. As the weakest member of the Ancient Soul Hall trio, he was tormented the most. Boom! On the other side, ancient god Jalsi unleashed powerful water and 10 divine power to quickly extinguish the black flames. After doing all this, he immediately went to help the other 2 members resolve the crisis. That cat actually has this kind of ability. Ancient god Jalsi was bewildered. Originally, this building had been around for too long, so all the mechanisms and traps within it had stopped working. However, the little thieving cat's actions just now had succeeded in activating some of the traps. If they wanted to continue down, they would definitely encounter many obstacles. Humans die. At this moment, several furious roars could be heard. Whoosh! Several rays of white light shot toward the Ancient Soul Hall trio. They transformed into little demons that flickered with white light. As they waved their claws, they fired off rays of white light. Just what are these? The peak rank 8 Ancient Soul Hall god frowned. This was the first time they had ever seen a Yao god of this type, and since they were attacking with such reckless abandon, they had clearly lost their minds or had been demonized. Low-level and foolish creatures. Ancient god Jalsia's expression chilled as he waved his hand, unleashing a wave of black water. This black wave covered an enormous area, and it surged through the world. The devil Yao gods were only fast, but their cultivations were rather low. They could not possibly block the attacks of a half-step god lord. Ah! Screams rang out in the air, and in a flash, all the devil Yao gods had been killed. What do we do, Elder? The rank 9 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall asked. If they continued down, they would definitely run into many obstacles. At this moment, he wanted to notify Yu Heng. God Lord Stellar Aspect clearly had some understanding of the heavens, legacy races, legacy arts. As his disciple, Yu Heng should be able to dispel the traps here. They're already trapped here, so there's no need for us to rush. We can slowly dispel them until we kill them and complete the mission. Ancient God JLC directly said, if he were to contact Yu Heng and the others, wouldn't he be telling them that he had once again encountered Xan Wuheng's group and was caught off guard by their sudden attack? He was a half-step god lord, but he had been pushed back by Xan Wuheng and a rank 8 ancient god. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. If his sworn enemy, ancient god Destruction Flow, learned of this, he would definitely use this matter to ridicule him for millions of years. However, as long as he killed Xen Wuheng and the others and took back the ancient god seal, all of this would disappear. Great, we also need some time to recover from our injuries. Ancient god JLC continued. Elder is right. At that time, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. The other rank 9 ancient god smiled. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and they were no exception. They wanted to take all the credit. The ancient Soul Hall trio had been stopped by the Heavens Legacy Race's trap. The members of the giant god race had also noticed this. Tianji's secret art. Xan Wuheng, who was at the back of the group, had the clearest view. Originally, because this place had been here for too long, all the installations, including the traps, had stopped operating. But the little thieving cat's actions just now had once more activated a trap array. One had to realize that even Xen Wuheng, skilled in Tianji's secret arts, was unable to activate the traps of the Heavens Legacy Race in such a short amount of time. From this, one could see that the little thieving cat's abilities were rather abnormal. This cat to think that it would be so formidable. Ancient God Qingyun's eyes froze. Ancient God Sundermount had a slightly better expression. He had even seen the little thieving cat use a bloodline ability of the ancient soul race to defeat a soul beast of the ancient soul race. The group quickly fled into the depths of the building. What should we do now? Ancient God Resplendence asked. In the situation, just now, even if they had fled, the ancient Soul Hall trio would have instantly caught up. Although they were currently hiding in this place and weren't in any danger, they were essentially trapped here. The people of ancient Soul Hall would come sooner or later. What would they do then? At least we're still alive. We still have time to think of a countermeasure and a chance of survival. Xan Wuheng indifferently said, Stop chatting. Let's first take care of the nearby Yao gods. Zhao Feng scanned the area and then said, Then they worked together and destroyed all the devils and Yao immortals in the small dimension. Take out the moonlight sky bamboo and distribute it. Ancient God Qingyun looked at the little thieving cat on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Although they had previously come to an agreement that they could not interfere with Zhao Feng's opportunity, they were not allowed to interfere. But the giant god race had put in a lot of effort to obtain the moonlight sky bamboo, and this treasure was so precious. Meow meow. The little thieving cat reluctantly took out the moonlight sky bamboo. This moonlight sky bamboo has 3 segments. I'll take one of them. After speaking, Zhao Feng turned to the giant god race. All right, let's split it like that. Ancient God Qingyun and the others froze for a few moments before agreeing. If the distribution was based on effort, Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng had obstructed ancient God JLC, and the little thieving cat had personally plucked the moonlight sky bamboo. Zhao Feng should have gotten 2 sections. Now that Zhao Feng only wanted one of them, they were naturally willing. Little did they know that Zhao Feng had the God-Eye duplication ability and could duplicate resources. But the quality of the moonlight sky bamboo was too high. Duplicating an entire stock would consume too much energy and might even result in failure. Thus, he only needed one section to greatly increase the chances of success. After dividing up the moonlight sky bamboo, the group turned their eyes to the resources growing in this small dimension. Whoosh! 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 The group began to move. Although this dimension was small, it was deep underground and had many resources of extremely high quality. White moon grass. Not only is it a time-intent cultivation resource, it can also nourish the soul and purify the mind. Ancient god Changyin cried out in alarm as he moved aside a boulder and plucked a crescent-shaped herb. The main resources here were related to time intent, but there was no lack of other resources as well. The members of the giant god race excitedly searched the area, picking up all the rare treasures they could find. Why isn't that kid moving? Ancient god Changyin glanced at Zhao Feng out of the corner of his eye, but he noticed that Zhao Feng was standing motionless. After some thought, ancient god Changyin believed that perhaps because the giant god race had too many people, Zhao Feng felt that he had no hope of obtaining any precious resources. So he didn't move. Suddenly, Zhao Feng moved. He went to a corner of a ruined wall and slashed out a palm, carving out a hole in the rubble. A jade-green light instantly shot out. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng took out a pebble the size of a palm. This pebble flowed with jade-green light and exuded a faint chill. Jade Nether Spirit Essence Stone. Ancient god Qingyan called out in alarm at the sight of this jade stone. To think that it's this strange stone. This is a unique variant of divine stone essence. It contains vast amounts of heaven and earth essence that can temporarily strengthen one's divine stage and strengthen one's ancient god divine power. Ancient god Sundermount also looked over, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Although they had obtained many things, not many of them could compare in value to the jade Nether Spirit Essence Stone. After putting the stone away in his interspatial dimension, Zhao Feng once more looked around. For time intent, he had the moonlight sky bamboo, so he didn't need to fight over other time intent cultivation resources unless they were of a higher quality than the moonlight sky bamboo. For this reason, Zhao Feng didn't rush into action. Instead, he began to observe and search for resources that suited him or that he didn't have. This jade Nether Spirit Essence Stone was one of them. It had the effect of cleansing the body, increasing one's cultivation, and condensing divine power. A few moments later, Zhao Feng moved out once more. He went behind a machine and punched. Boom! Bang! The machine was blasted away by Zhao Feng, revealing two small fruits growing in the corner. Void Spirit 1000 leaves fruit. Zhao Feng rejoiced. Although the Void Spirit 1000 leaves fruit was also a time-intent resource, it also contained space intent, making it a space-time cultivation resource of rather high quality. Although the value of this precious material wasn't as high as the jade Nether Spirit Essence Stone, space intent was a power that everyone would try to cultivate, and this precious material contained the power of space intent. Naturally, it was much more valuable than time-type precious materials of the same rank. Damn, this kid only knows how to pick the good stuff. Ancient god Chengyan naturally understood what Zhao Feng was thinking. He didn't want much, only quality. On the other end, the little thieving cat's harvest was also extremely abundant. It didn't take long for the group to scour the entire dimension. Although the giant god race had more people and harvested more resources, in terms of value, it wasn't necessarily as valuable as what Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had obtained. Ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qingyan even ran over to trade for the Void Spirit 1000 leaves fruit and jade Nether Spirit Essence Stone that Zhao Feng had just obtained. However, Zhao Feng didn't need what they offered, so he refused. After plundering the resources, the group began to think about other matters. There's still some time before the ancient Soul Hall trio arrives. If we can all get a little stronger in this time, we might be able to fight back. After saying this, Xan Wuheng seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Lord Wuheng, you're right. Ancient god Sundermount also sat down cross-legged, took out some of the resources he had gathered, and began to cultivate. In truth, this was also what Zhao Feng was thinking. Swish! He entered the space-time robe and began to cultivate. As for the little thieving cat, it followed Zhao Feng's orders and went to complete the traps around this dimension so that they could delay the ancient Soul Hall trio for a little longer. On the other end, ancient god Resplendence began to cultivate. Only ancient god Qingyan seemed to be wandering around in search of resources. After leaving the room, ancient god Qingyan went to a massive array of instruments. These instruments had stopped operating long ago, and they were still covered in a thick layer of dust and grime. Ancient god Qingyan walked up to a cylindrical crystal tube. This crystal tube contained many precious resources, but most of them had withered. Suddenly, a few weak rays of light emerged from the bottom of these resources. The crystal tube and the concealment of the resources made it impossible to tell what was going on. Could there be an abnormally precious treasure in here? Ancient god Qingyan suddenly thought of something. Chapter 1370. After entering the space-time robe, Zhao Feng first attempted to duplicate the moonlight sky bamboo. Of course, if not for the fact that he had a lot of time in the space-time robe, Zhao Feng really wouldn't have dared to duplicate such a treasure at this critical juncture. This moonlight sky bamboo was extremely precious, and its quality far surpassed Zhao Feng's cultivation. Duplicating it was extremely difficult. Moreover, using God-Eye duplication consumed the origin energy in the dreamy silver ball, and Zhao Feng's intent and soul were also rather exhausted. This also meant that Zhao Feng would be in a weakened state after duplicating the item. After duplicating the moonlight sky bamboo, Zhao Feng immediately took out several other time intent cultivation resources, such as the most ordinary time origin flower and others. These resources were of rather low quality compared to the other time cultivation resources that had appeared in this place. For this reason, Zhao Feng had no plans to duplicate them and just use them. Less than 3 days later, when Zhao Feng used up his 4th time cultivation resource, his lips curled into a smile and he opened his eyes. My time intent has finally reached level 5. Previously, Zhao Feng's time intent had already reached the peak of level 4. Now that he was in this special dimension and had these extremely old time intent resources, he was able to easily break through. To an ancient god, level 5 time intent was completely useless. But now that Zhao Feng's time intent had reached level 5, he could use it with the space-time robe to adjust the time within it. BZZZZ. Time intent began to circulate, slowly fusing into the space-time robe dimension. Suddenly, the stars in the sky began to twinkle, and their positions began to subtly shift. At the same time, a profound time intent energy poured down, filling the entire dimension. Anyone with even a little understanding of time intent would realize that the flow of time in this dimension had changed. Master's time intent has reached level 5. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was taken aback. It knew that Zhao Feng cultivated 10-some kinds of intent. The fact that Zhao Feng was able to cultivate the profound meaning of time to such an extent was truly rare. 20 days in the space-time robe is only 1 day in the outside world. Zhao Feng sensed it and deduced the approximate data. You guys should also learn some time power Upanishad. Zhao Feng gave the remaining cultivation resources to the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Wang. Perhaps he would need their help in the future. If he didn't understand the profound of time at all, he would be at a great disadvantage in this space. Thank you, Master. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, said respectfully. He had long since noticed that the materials Zhao Feng was using were extraordinary. Now that he looked closely, he discovered that these precious materials were extremely old, and some of them were even over 1 billion years old. After doing all this, Zhao Feng returned to his original spot and took out the jade nether spirit essence stone. Precious materials that could raise one's cultivation would have their effects greatly reduced after being consumed a second time. Now that Zhao Feng was in danger and urgently needed to increase his strength, he did not duplicate it but used it directly. Using a technique, Zhao Feng summoned the strange energy within the jade nether spirit essence stone. This energy was extremely pure and exuded a faint chill. After circulating through his body, it fused into his divine stages. As time passed, Zhao Feng's energy continued to rise. In the outside world, X and Wuheng and the others were also cultivating in a special dimension. At a certain moment, X and Wuheng's body suddenly began to exude a powerful ancient bloodline energy, but it quickly faded away. At first, everyone was disturbed by this energy, but they soon got used to it. Xian Wuheng's body contained the power of a god lord. In this dangerous moment, his body's potential was stimulated, and his strength was rapidly rising. Outside this dimension, the little thieving cat was searching for cultivation resources while activating the mechanisms of the array. On the other side, the ancient Soul Hall members were unhurriedly unraveling the mechanisms of the array. Their method of unraveling was naturally destruction. After all, they were not skilled in arrays and mechanisms. Rather than racking their brains to think of ways to unravel them, they might as well just destroy them. If this building was being operated normally, the mechanisms and traps within a certain range would all be connected to each other. Using this method to unravel the mechanisms would definitely result in being attacked by the other mechanisms. But at this moment, these mechanisms and traps had only been activated by the little thieving cat in a hurry and were not connected to the other mechanisms in the building. Boom! Bang! Crash! The ancient Soul Hall trio succeeded in destroying one of the mechanisms and pushed forward. The moment they entered, humans die. A few devil Yao gods disregarded their own lives and charged forward. Truly fools. The ancient Soul Hall trio had long ago gotten used to this, and they used a few large-scale attacks to kill all of them. As they advanced, they would also plunder some precious resources. White moon grass, spirit essence, jade fruit. The peak rank 8 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall rejoiced as he flew into a nearby room. This is celestial soul, purifying spirit dew. Ancient god Jalesia's eyes flashed as he took out 2 gloomy and translucent drops of dew from a depression in a lush area of spirit grass. Celestial soul purifying spirit dew can purify the soul, repair soul injuries, and instantly replenish one's soul energy. Congratulations, Elder, on obtaining this soul dew. The other 2 ancient Soul Hall members also coveted this dew, but they were extremely tactful and did not mention how to split it. This dew is mine. I don't want any of the other resources around here. Ancient god JLC excitedly laughed. With this dew, elder soul injuries will be healed in less than a day, and your strength in the soul Tao will even go up another level. When the time comes, Xian Wuheng's group will be doomed. The rank 9 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall immediately flattered. If their team completed this mission alone, they would obtain far more benefits than these 2 drops of celestial soul, purifying spirit dew. All of you, hurry up! Ancient god JLC immediately said. With the celestial soul, purifying spirit dew, his injuries would be healed in less than a day, and his soul intent would also be strengthened. Since this was the case, they couldn't give Xian Wuheng's group any more time. They had to kill as quickly as possible. 1 day later, ancient god Jalesia's injuries were healed, and his soul energy was even stronger. The 3 of them worked together and rapidly advanced into the depths of the building. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng had been cultivating for more than 100 days. His energy was much stronger than before, and his body was constantly exuding astonishing ripples of divine power. Bzzz. The jade nether spirit essence stone in Zhao Feng's hand was dim and lusterless, like an ordinary green pebble. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng increased the absorption rate, causing the jade nether spirit essence stone to rapidly dim. Crack! The jade nether spirit essence stone in his hand shattered. A little while later, Zhao Feng's energy began to recede. Not bad. My cultivation is already approaching the peak of rank 8. Zhao Feng rejoiced. One had to realize that 3 years ago he had just become a rank 8 ancient god. This sort of cultivation speed was unmatched by anyone other than those who had recultivated. Moreover, on the 30th day of his seclusion, the Moonlight Sky bamboo segment was successfully duplicated. By now, he had recovered 70 to 80% of his soul and eye bloodline energy. Just when Zhao Feng was preparing to take out the Moonlight Sky bamboo and absorb time essence, a powerful ripple of time intent suddenly appeared in the outside world. What's this? Ancient God Chengyan's voice rang out. Zhao Feng immediately left the space-time robe and focused his gaze. In a room on the edge of this dimension, Ancient God Chengyan stood in a daze in front of a massive machine. Atop this machine was a row of crystal tubes, one of which was already shattered. In the center of this shattered tube was a dazzling white light that rippled with time intent. Oh no! With his left eye's see-through ability, Zhao Feng could see things that normal people couldn't. He hadn't been carefully inspecting this machine before, but now that he could see through it, he realized that this row of crystal tubes was connected to a separate machine even deeper inside. Bzzz. The ripples of intent within the shattered tube were getting stronger and stronger. A ball of white light shot out, heading straight for the closest ancient God Chengyan. What? Ancient God Chengyan called out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but the ball of white light was too fast and entered his body. A thought body. Zhao Feng was alarmed. What's going on? At this moment, the others in seclusion were beginning to awaken. They scanned with their divine senses and immediately noticed that something was wrong with ancient God Chengyan. Another thought body has entered ancient God Chengyan's body. Ancient God Resplendence immediately said, and this thought body is extremely powerful. Xian Wuheng's expression darkened. He did not want to see a teammate in danger at a time like this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group immediately approached and prepared to help ancient God Chengyan suppress the thought body. Ah! Ancient God Chengyan screamed, his face contorted in pain as if he was undergoing inhuman torture. Just as the group arrived, Ancient God Chengyan suddenly calmed down and revealed a dreadful and wicked expression. Humans, kill all of you. Ancient God Chengyan suddenly turned to Zhao Feng's group, thick killing intent radiating from him. The group couldn't help but think of those devil Yao gods. At this moment, Ancient God Chengyan was extremely similar to them. He had lost his mind and seemed to have been demonized, only knowing how to slaughter humans. Whoosh! Ancient God Chengyan transformed into a streak of white light that shot toward the group. With a wave of his two palms, he sent several white blades of light slashing down. Get out of the way! Zhao Feng immediately called out. The demonized thought body residing in Ancient God Chengyan's body was extremely powerful. After taking control of Ancient God Chengyan, the power it displayed was completely different from that of the devil Yao gods they had encountered before. Moreover, the attacks it used were imbued with time intent, making them extremely fast. Zhao Feng reacted quickly, and his time intent was at level 5, allowing him to easily dodge. Swoosh! Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount, on the other hand, had no time to dodge and were struck by the white blades. 2 large wounds appeared on Ancient God Sundermount's chest, from which blood gushed out. Time intent energy still lingered in the wounds, making them extremely difficult to heal. Ancient God Resplendence fared a little better, only leaving behind 2 wounds on her arms. What do we do? Ancient God Resplendence looked questioningly at Xian Wuheng. Do your best to suppress him, or else kill him. Xian Wuheng thought for a moment, and then firmly said, Chapter 1371. After being demonized by the thought body, ancient god Changyin paused for a few moments, his face contorted in struggle. Save me! Hurry and save me! Ancient god Changyin held in pain. It was clear that ancient god Changyin still had a sliver of consciousness left and was currently fighting back against the thought body. This sight caused the giant god race team to pause in action. After all, ancient god Changyin was a member of the giant god race, and the giant god race was in dire need of manpower. A peak rank 8 ancient god was extremely important to the giant god race. But a moment later, ancient god Changyin once more revealed his cold and cruel face. Kill! Kill them all! Ancient god Changyin transformed into a streak of white light as he charged forward once more, his sinister and cold aura spreading through the area. He waved his arms, sending a series of white blades hurtling toward the giant god race team. Ancient god Sundermount, back up! Xian Wuheng immediately called out. The demonized ancient god Changyin was extremely powerful and skilled in time intent. Ancient god Sundermount's cultivation was too low. Remaining here was just waiting for death. Giant god finger! Xian Wuheng circulated his bloodline power and thrust out a finger. These attacks were too difficult to dodge, so it was better to face them head-on and destroy them. Boom! Bang! A dazzling white beam of light shot forward, shattering the majority of the white blades. On the other side, ancient god Resplendence was a peak rank 8, a little stronger than ancient god Changyin, so she was able to deal with these attacks. As for Zhao Feng, he used the perceptive abilities of the god's spiritual eye, time intent, and spatial blink to barely dodge all the attacks. Attack! Xian Wuheng called out. He and ancient god Resplendence activated their giant god race bloodlines, increasing their strength and defense even without revealing their true bodies. The two of them used their giant god race bloodline combat skills and unleashed a vast palm of white light. This palm of light was incredibly powerful and also contained the energy of the giant god race bloodline. It was a large-scale attack with incredible destructive power. Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal. Zhao Feng immediately used a large area of effect attack. He circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, condensing a dark seal the size of a mountain, and then hurled it forward. The attacks of the trio covered the entire area. It should be enough. Ancient God Resplendence called out. Be careful! Zhao Feng suddenly shouted. Boom! Ancient God Changyin suddenly charged out of the destructive storm, a bloodthirsty and evil look on his face. Kill! He closed in on Xian Wuheng directly, waving his palms and sending out countless white blades. How could this be? He's not injured at all. Ancient God Resplendence was alarmed. The consciousness body that is stored in his body is very extraordinary. Zhao Feng said in a low voice. In this moment of mortal danger, the demonized ancient god Changyin unleashed extremely profound time intent to dodge to the weakest point of the attack. The giant god race had tough bodies and specialized in defense. After being wounded, he used time intent to rapidly heal his wounds. That thought entity's time power Upanishad was extremely profound. It had reached at least the 8th level, maybe even the 9th level. Moreover, it was using it skillfully. Xiao! A dark gray light flashed, and the little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. The people from Ancient Soul Hall are about to arrive. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. There were 5 of them before, and if each of them had gotten a little stronger, they might have been able to contend against the 3 from Ancient Soul Hall. But now, something had happened to ancient God Changyin, and he had become an enemy. If the 3 from Ancient Soul Hall attacked, they would be in even more danger. We have to finish off ancient God Qingyan as quickly as possible. Zhao Feng blinked to Xan Wuhing's side and informed him of the situation with ancient Soul Hall. Work together and kill him. Xan Wuhing immediately made up his mind. He and ancient God Resplendence charged forward, attacking ancient God Qingyan from two sides. Xan Wuhing continued to point out with his finger. The might of his finger was strong and profound. Ancient God Resplendence used a water combat skill, filling the sky with enormous palms of water spirit that surged forward like furious waves. Ancient God Changyan's movements were restricted, and he had very little room to dodge. Flame Soul Devil Eye. Zhao Feng unleashed the eye bloodline technique he had been preparing. The majority of his eye bloodline techniques were lock-on attacks, and they didn't have a very large range, making it very difficult for them to hit the demonized ancient God Qingyan. This was why Zhao Feng used a soul illusion technique. As long as ancient God Changyan lost consciousness and slowed down, the other eye bloodline techniques could easily hit him. A scarlet red mist shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye and shot forward. This scorching red soul energy had a rather large range, so the restricted ancient God Qingyan was unable to dodge. He's been hit. Ancient God Resplendence rejoiced. The one controlling ancient God Qingyan was a thought body. Once he was struck by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique, he would definitely be affected and his control would be greatly reduced. But the imagined scene did not occur. Kill! After entering the range of Zhao Feng's soul illusion technique, ancient God Qingyan was not very affected. He turned around and charged at ancient God Resplendence. How could this be? Ancient God Resplendence called out in alarm. Zhao Feng was also taken aback. Although he hadn't used his origin energy, his eye bloodline technique shouldn't have been this weak. After thinking about it, Zhao Feng was sure that it wasn't because his eye bloodline technique was too weak. When this thought body was alive, it had to have been a supreme expert. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to possess such powerful time intent. But after all this time, even though it was just a thought body, it still had such a strong resistance to soul attacks. This meant that there was only one possibility. When this thought body was alive, it probably belonged to some extremely powerful and unique ancient race that was extremely resistant to soul attacks. At this moment, rumble! Massive explosions came from the entrance. They're coming! Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The demonized ancient God Qingyan was far too difficult to deal with, and they were quickly unable to subdue him. By now, the 3 members of ancient Soul Hall had arrived. There's someone else. Ancient God Qingyan turned his head toward the entrance, his cold and sinister eyes turning. Boom! Bang! The entrance was destroyed by a powerful divine power attack. The 3 members of ancient Soul Hall slowly walked down, faint smiles on their faces. Ancient Soul Hall! Ancient God Resplendence instantly appeared in despair. If ancient God Qingyan hadn't been demonized, they might have been able to fight back if they worked together. The ancient Soul Hall trio swept their gazes over and froze in place. They had originally believed that the giant god race would be ready for battle, but the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Haha, how laughable! To think that there would still be internal strife at a time like this. A peak rank 8 from Ancient Soul Hall couldn't help but laugh. However, the rank 9 Ancient God and Ancient God JLC noticed that Ancient God Qingyan was acting strangely. He's actually been controlled by a thought body. Ancient God JLC put on an interested expression. Good sir, there is no harm in working with us to kill these people. Ancient God JLC added. Ancient God Qingyan had clearly been infected and controlled by the evil thoughts, causing him to become enemies with the giant god race. But the fact that Ancient God Qingyan had survived until now was proof that he was extremely powerful. Even if the others worked together, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. Not good. Xian Wuheng's expression darkened. Ancient god Chengyin had been controlled by a thought body, and that thought body was also in a daze and only knew how to kill. He was originally hoping that Ancient Soul Hall would directly attack Ancient God Chengyin. If that happened, Ancient God Chengyin would definitely counterattack and become their helper. But to his surprise, Ancient God JLC was so cautious that he wasn't in a rush to attack, instead expressing his goodwill to Ancient God Chengyin. For a moment, everyone stared at Ancient God Chengyin. His mind was in a daze and extremely unstable. No one knew what Ancient God Chengyin would do. All of you. Ancient God Chengyin fiercely glared at the Ancient Soul Hall members, his face filled with rage and agitation. The Ancient Soul Hall trio grimaced. Ancient God Chengyun's expression seemed a little off. Logically speaking, the one controlling Ancient God Chengyun was a thought body, so he shouldn't have so much hatred for them. All of you have their energy on you. Ancient God Chengyun's face was savage, seemingly about to explode with boundless rage and resentment. Whoosh! Ancient God Chengyun's body flickered as he approached the Ancient Soul Hall trio. Kill! 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 He constantly chanted this word, his body seething with rage and killing intent as he madly swung his hands. Swish! The white blades that filled the sky poured down like a white curtain from the sky. What's going on? He's suddenly gone crazy. The rank 9 ancient god of Ancient Soul Hall blurted out in alarm. Ancient God Jailsia's expression darkened, but he said nothing. The thought body residing in Ancient God Chengyun's body seemed to have an extremely deep grudge against them. It was to the extent that Ancient God Chengyun immediately made them his first targets. Boom, boom, boom. Ancient God JLC waved a hand, unleashing several palms of energy to block Ancient God Chengyun's attacks. The giant god race members were frozen to the spot. This scene was something that they had not expected. Earlier, the demonized Ancient God Chengyun had attacked them out of an instinctive desire for blood and slaughter. But now, Ancient God Chengyun seemed to have an extremely important reason for attacking the Ancient Soul Hall trio. Perhaps that thought body had a deep grudge against Ancient Soul Hall when it was alive. However, the ancestral legacy treasury had always been under the control of the giant god race, so the members of Ancient Soul Hall should have never come here before. Kill! Xian Wuheng called out. Now was not the time to think about such things. Escaping was more important. The demonized Ancient God Chengyin had gotten much stronger, and now that they were working together, they had a better chance of escaping. Swoosh! 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 The giant god race members and Zhao Feng immediately charged at the Ancient Soul Hall trio. Kill! Ancient God Chengyun roared, his body seething with killing intent. A profound time intent shrouded Ancient God JLC from time to time, affecting his condition. Giant God Finger! Xian Wuheng circulated his giant god race bloodline, unleashing powerful attacks and profound intent. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng undid the seal on his origin energy and used a powerful Tribulation Lightning Eye bloodline technique. After this round of attacks, Zhao Feng's group immediately charged out. Although they could currently fight against half-step god lords, if this battle continued, they would be the first to give out. Don't even think about escaping. Ancient God Jailsia's expression darkened as he pursued. Kill! Kill! Ancient God Chengyun's eyes were red, his mind dominated by rage and killing intent as he madly attacked Ancient God Jailsi. A profound time intent descended on Ancient God Jailsia's body, affecting his condition and lowering his speed. Damn, this scoundrel! Ancient God Jailsi was furious. The demonized Ancient God Chengyun was incredibly fast, and his resistance to soul attacks was even stronger than the ancient soul races, making him extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, Ancient God Jailsia's group still had no idea how they had offended the thought body, controlling ancient god Qingyan. Chapter 1372. They're out. Ancient god Resplendence rejoiced. She had never imagined that she would be able to escape so smoothly because of ancient god Qingyan. You can't escape. Ancient god Jaelsia's furious voice resounded through the Heaven's Legacy Race Building. Zhao Feng's group fled from the Heaven's Legacy Race Building. No matter how strong ancient god Qingyan was, he could not stop the trio from ancient Soul Hall. Ancient god Jaelsia's group had no time to fight with ancient god Qingyan. Their goal was the ancient god seal, to kill Zhao Feng and the giant god race. Whoosh! 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 3 dark figures and a white light rushed out at the same time. Kill! All of you must die! Ancient god Qingyan had already gone mad. Seething with rage and killing intent, he stared at the ancient Soul Hall trio and attacked with reckless abandon. This guy, ancient god JLC, was trembling in anger. If not for ancient god Qingyan's interference, they would have long ago captured Zhao Feng's group. Why did ancient god Qingyan hate them so much that he insisted on opposing them? They've escaped. The rank 9 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall immediately said. Chase! The ancient Soul Hall trio naturally could not allow Zhao Feng's group to escape, so they gave chase. But ancient god Qingyan was even faster. Buzz! A strange ripple of energy engulfed ancient god Jaelsia's group. They were already flying at high speed, but they were getting further and further away from Zhao Feng and the others. Scram! Ancient god Jaelsi couldn't help but curse, and then he thrust out a palm. Show! Ancient god Qingyan easily dodged ancient god Jaelsia's palm. But when the palm of black light brushed past ancient god Qingyan, a sinister black crocodile suddenly charged out. The moment the crocodile flew out, it grew to the size of a small house and bit down on ancient god Qingyan. This black crocodile was ancient god Jaelsia's soul beast, a strange creature that attacked and devoured souls. However, the thought body in ancient god Qingyan's body was extremely resistant to soul attacks. Coupled with the effects of the time profundity, the black crocodile's damage to him was extremely slow. Ancient god Qingyan used this chance to struggle. Let's go and kill Xan Wuheng and the others before this guy breaks free, and take back the ancient god seal. Ancient god Jaelsi barked. Zhao Feng and the others who were fleeing suddenly felt a dark and powerful aura rapidly approaching them from behind. The ancient soul race had always been skilled in speed, and as a half-step god lord, ancient god Jaelsi was even faster. Not good. They've escaped from ancient god Qingyan. Ancient god Sundermount immediately said. They originally believed that ancient god Qingyan would hold down the ancient Soul Hall trio while they used this chance to escape. However, ancient god Qingyan was only rather difficult to deal with, not capable of holding down a half-step god lord. Don't even think about going anywhere. Ancient god Jaelsi heartily laughed as he circulated his divine power and soul energy and thrust out a palm. Boom! The black waves that filled the sky surged forward rapidly. Dodge! Xian Wuheng immediately said. Ancient god Jaelsia's soul attack contained level 9 water intent. Once struck, it would be extremely difficult to escape. The darkness intent in the soul attack would have an enormous effect on soul intent, causing one's fighting power to plummet. If ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Sundermount were struck by this attack, their souls would immediately sink into silence. You can't escape. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. After a few moments of discussion, they reached an agreement. Boom! A moment later, Xian Wuheng, ancient god Resplendence, and ancient god Sundermount activated their bloodlines, causing a dazzling white light to illuminate the world. When the light dissipated, 3 incomparably huge giants stood between heaven and earth. A bloodline energy that could intimidate all living beings instantly began to spread out. A last-minute counterattack. Ancient god Jalsi sneered. In his view, Xai and Wuheng's group knew that they couldn't escape, so they were prepared to fight with all their strength for a chance at survival. Ancient god Jalsia's soul beast was restraining ancient god Chunyin, causing his strength to drop. But after consuming the celestial soul, purifying spirit dew, his soul injuries had all been healed, and he had long ago returned to his peak state. Die Xai and Wuheng. Ancient god Jalsia's body began to twist, transforming into a black and transparent soul body that exuded a dreadful soul pressure. Hisses! Black waves of water appeared around ancient god Jalsi, and it took only a few moments for them to form into a massive wave. Suddenly, the wave twisted and turned into a massive black skeletal claw that snatched at Xai and Wuheng. Whoosh! Although Xai and Wuheng's body was enormous, his wind intent allowed him to move very quickly. After dodging ancient god Jalsia's attack, Xai and Wuheng thrust out a finger. In the face of this massive finger, the ancient Soul Hall trio could only retreat. If you don't run, we'll be able to save some effort. The other two immediately released their soul beasts. One was a rhinoceros with spikes on its back, and the other was a slender lizard. After devouring soul energy, the two soul beasts rapidly grew in size, and then they began to use soul attacks to attack ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Sundermount. Ancient Soul Hall bastards, die! Ancient god Sundermount roared, stirring up the earth intent of the world as he punched. Ancient god Sundermount fought against a rank 8 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall, while ancient god Resplendence clashed with a rank 9 ancient god. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng and Xen Wuheng worked together to deal with ancient god Jalsi. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng had been behind Xan Wuheng this entire time, occasionally firing eye bloodline techniques at ancient god Jalsi. Kid, don't try to show off your soul eye bloodline techniques in front of this old man. Ancient god Jalsi sneered. Although Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques could be unleashed instantaneously, ancient god Jalsi was able to sense them locking onto him and instantly avoid his vitals. Moreover, he also used a defensive soul art to greatly weaken them. Zhao Feng pretended not to hear and continued to unleash soul eye bloodline techniques. Crucially, however, Zhao Feng's actions could affect ancient god Jalsi so that he couldn't use his full power to deal with Xai and Wuheng. Giant god finger. Xai and Wuheng gathered up his energy, summoned the 5 elements intent of the world, and thrust out a finger. Broom! The entire ground cracked open, leaving behind an incomparably huge crater. These people have all gotten stronger, especially Xan Wuheng and Zhao Feng. Ancient god Jalsia's expression darkened. Zhao Feng's cultivation was already approaching the peak of rank 8, while Xan Wuheng, after entering seclusion, was approaching the peak of rank 9. Earlier, ancient god Jalsi was brimming with confidence and didn't care about the giant god race. But now he had to put all his strength into this. Besides, he didn't have any time to waste. Once ancient god Chengyan arrived, he would be in trouble. It's about time to end this. Ancient god Jalsi indifferently said. Swish! In front of him, a dark, watery pearl appeared, from which all sorts of miserable screams could be faintly heard. Ancient god Jalsi opened his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! Ancient god Jalsia's body slightly swelled, and a cold and gloomy soul energy began to exude, causing the world to darken. Soul annihilating roar! Ancient god Jalsia's soul body suddenly swelled and became round. Suddenly he opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black tornado. As this tornado sped forward, it began to absorb the energy of the world and pull in the souls of others. What's going on? Ancient god Sundermount called out in alarm. He suddenly felt as if his soul was being pulled by a powerful force towards the pitch-black tornado. Nearby, ancient god Resplendence was faring a little better, but her soul was also being pulled on at all times, making it impossible for her to fight with all her strength. Elder has swallowed another soul pearl. He's preparing to finish us off. The rank 9 ancient gods of ancient Soul Hall rejoiced. Nether soul pearls were created by ancient Soul Hall experts by extracting powerful souls and using a special technique. By using this pearl as an energy source, one could use a special secret soul art to instantly raise their power by another level. Oh no! Xian Wuheng had an unprecedentedly grave expression. The trump card of a half-step god lord was enough to heavily injure, or even kill an ordinary peak rank 9 ancient god. Moreover, ancient god Jalesia's trump card was a soul attack, making it even more dangerous. The rapidly approaching pitch-black tornado was enormous and imbued with a powerful suction force. Xian Wuheng could not completely dodge it. He also knew that as long as a small part of his soul was hit by the black tornado, his entire soul body would be slowly sucked in and minced into pieces. Not even Zhao Feng would be able to help him against such a powerful area of effect soul attack. Since that's the case, I can only do this. Xian Wuheng was like a giant mountain as he stood motionless. Waiting to die, the rank 9 ancient god of ancient Soul Hall faintly smiled. How could Xian Wuheng possibly block ancient god Jalesia's trump card, especially a soul attack? It seemed like Xian Wuheng knew that he couldn't deal with it and had given up on resisting. But ancient god Jalesi suddenly sensed that the world around him had changed. Boom! At this time, Xian Wuheng's body burst forth with a peerless bloodline divine power. At the same time, a wondrous energy spread out from his soul and seeped into the world. In a flash, only 5 elements energy remained in the world. All other intents and energies were suppressed and pushed aside. Whoosh! The moment this power appeared, the pitch-black tornado suddenly froze. Although it was a soul attack, it was still affected. The profundity of darkness slowly faded. Even the 9-stage water profundity was greatly suppressed by Xian Wuheng's will. What's going on, this energy? The 2 members of ancient Soul Hall suddenly sensed that their souls, divine power, intents, and all other kinds of energy had been completely suppressed, and they couldn't even use them. This is the power of a law. Ancient god Jalesi was dazed for long while before he finally spoke. As a half-step god lord, he naturally understood this power. A law was the ultimate existence above level 9 intents. Only a god lord could possess it, and it was a realm that he dreamed of reaching. This is the power of a law. Zhao Feng was flabbergasted. At this moment, all the energy in the world, including ancient god Jalesia's pitch-black tornado, was suppressed by the power of a god lord and seemed to slow down. If that's the case, Xian Wuheng can block this attack. Zhao Feng's eyes focused, the eye intent in his left eye rippling with dreamy light. God eye duplication. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the pitch-black tornado. Normally, even if Zhao Feng used all his power, he would find it very difficult to duplicate the trump card of a half-step god lord. But at this moment, the pitch-black tornado was somewhat weakened, so perhaps he could succeed. Boom! The heavily weakened and suppressed pitch-black tornado slammed into Xian Wuheng's body. Xian Wuheng was like an ancient mountain that had existed for 1,000 years. He stood motionless, as if nothing could affect him at this moment. He blocked it. Ancient god Jalesia's heart tightened. Xian Wuheng had used a secret art to mobilize the hidden energy in his body to block his trump card. Humph! After using the power of a god lord, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How much longer can you last? Ancient god Jalesi sneered as he charged forward, ready to strike when the opportunity presented itself. But suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong behind him. With a sweep of his divine sense, ancient god JLC grimaced. At some point, a silver eye of heaven had appeared behind him. Suddenly, the silver eye erupted with dreamy mist, and then a pitch-black tornado surged out and engulfed ancient god JLC's group of 3. Chapter 1373. God Eye Duplication. Soul-destroying roar! The pitch-black tornado suddenly rushed out and engulfed the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall. One could see the soul of the peak rank 8 ancient god of Ancient Soul Hall being sucked into the black tornado. A few moments later, it was ground to pieces and turned into a source of energy for the black tornado to increase its power. The rank 9 ancient god of Ancient Soul Hall sensed it long ago, but he could not dodge and could only do his utmost to block. How could this be? This is my secret technique. Ancient god JLC was flabbergasted. However, in the face of a life-or-death crisis, he had no time to think too much. He could only activate his soul defense secret technique, and a layer of dark, rotating water flowed around his body. Boom! Shoo! The pitch-black tornado passed through the Ancient Soul Hall trio and rumbled into the distance. Thump! The peak rank 8 and rank 9 ancient gods of Ancient Soul Hall dropped to the ground. Their souls had already been pulled away by the pitch-black tornado, and nothing was left of them. Only ancient god JLC's pitch-black soul remained floating in the sky, appearing extremely weak and dim. After all, the soul-annihilating roar was one of his supreme techniques. Ancient god JLC was extremely familiar with its principles, so it was easier for him to deal with it. Hoo-hoo! The wind and clouds surged, and the feeling of suppressing everything instantly vanished. In the distance, Xan Wuheng looked exhausted, and his body slowly shrank. Using God Lord-level energy placed an enormous burden on his body. If he did not control it well enough, it could even cause massive damage to his foundation. You, ancient god JLC, stared at Xan Wuheng in fear. Just now, Xan Wuheng's control was even stronger, and he could have used the power of a god lord to heavily injure him. How do you know my secret soul skill? Ancient god JLC gloomily stared at Zhao Feng. Originally, after Xan Wuheng used the power of a divine master, he would definitely enter a period of weakness. As long as he waited for the right time, he would be able to harvest the entire battlefield. However, Zhao Feng had used some unknown method to unleash his consummate skill, Soul Annihilation Roar. The Ancient Soul Hall trio had not expected this. Caught off guard, 2 Ancient Soul Hall members were killed, and Ancient God JLC's soul was severely injured. At this moment, he could only display 40% of his peak strength at most. What's going on? Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount stood in a daze, their minds blank. In that instant, too many things had happened. It was too shocking. First, Ancient God JLC used a powerful soul-killing move to take Xan Wuheng's life, but Xan Wuheng exploded with the God Lord power hidden in his body, intimidating Ancient God JLC's group. Soon after, Zhao Feng used Ancient God JLC's secret skill, catching Ancient Soul Hall off guard and killing 2 ancient gods. The eye of heaven in the sky disappeared. The consumption of God Eye duplication depended on the condition of the object being duplicated. For Zhao Feng to duplicate the trump card of a half-step God Lord, the consumption was enormous. Instead of worrying about your own life, you're more concerned about this. Zhao Feng looked at Ancient God JLC and faintly smiled. Haha, even if you kill the 2 of them, you won't be able to do anything to me with your current strength. Ancient God JLC was taken aback at first, and then he began to laugh. Firstly, he was a half-step God Lord of the Ancient Soul race, so he was the fastest person present. Secondly, Xan Wuheng had used the power of a God Lord, so he would find it very difficult to use the rest of his strength. Although he didn't know how Zhao Feng had managed to create his secret skill, he had definitely used up a great deal of energy, and his strength had dropped. As for Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount, he had no need to worry about them. Kill! Zhao Feng called out. The 3 members of the giant god race immediately moved out. Their hatred for Ancient Soul Hall far surpassed that of Zhao Feng's. Zhao Feng's group of 4 charged at Ancient God JLC. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng circulated Tribulation Lightning Energy, condensed a bolt of lightning flame, and fired it at Ancient God JLC. Ancient God JLC was extremely weak at this time, his senses and resistance greatly reduced. Zhao Feng's Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame struck him. Moreover, the power of the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame was related to the strength and quantity of Tribulation Lightning Energy. It had little to do with one's soul or eye intent. Hiss! Ancient God JLC hissed, a look of surprise on his face. The eye bloodline technique Zhao Feng used was not much weaker than it was before. Blazing Wind Finger. Xian Wuheng flew over and thrust out a finger. Even without using his giant god race bloodline, he was still very strong, and his profound intent made him capable of extraordinary damage. Boom! Bang! Crash! On the other side, Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount unleashed countless palms and fists at Ancient God JLC. Damn! Ancient God JLC had an extremely nasty grimace. 2 of his teammates were dead and he was heavily injured. He could no longer do anything to Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng. But Ancient God JLC was unwilling to leave because he didn't want to admit defeat. This was the 3rd time he had failed, and this time it could no longer be called a failure. It was a miserable defeat, a complete and utter defeat. But his opponents had the numbers advantage. If he continued to fight, it would only be disadvantageous to Ancient God JLC. This old man will definitely take revenge for this. Ancient God JLC clenched his teeth and fled. Humph. Ancient God JLC, haven't you forgotten something? Zhao Feng suddenly smiled. Oh no. Ancient God JLC grimaced. Dish! A ray of white light suddenly flashed in front of him, and it was rapidly approaching him. Kill! I'll kill you. Ancient God Qingyan, his face savage and furious, instantly appeared in front of Ancient God JLC. Swish! Several white blades slashed down, piercing through Ancient God JLC's body. Moreover, strange ripples of energy began to spread through his surroundings, causing Ancient God JLC's speed and movements to slow down. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Zhao Feng and the giant god race members rapidly approached. Ripples of multicolored energy instantly engulfed Ancient God JLC. You! Ancient God JLC had an extremely nasty grimace. He originally believed that while he couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. With his speed, escaping would be extremely easy. But Ancient God JLC had forgotten about the troublesome Ancient God Qingyan. Damn! I can only ask for help. Ancient God JLC's face was ashen. As a half-step God Lord, he was forced to ask for help by a group of rank 9 and rank 8 ancient gods. When he thought about this, Ancient God JLC felt utterly humiliated. But with Ancient God Qingyan present, he couldn't escape this group. If this continued, the wounds to his soul would only get worse and worse, and he might never be able to enter the ranks of God Lords. Ancient God JLC immediately used his message token to ask for help from the other half-step God Lord and Yu Heng. Ask for help? When Yu Heng received this message, he froze, his face rather cold. Which squad has entered the perilous area of this space, encountered danger, and sent us a distress call? Ancient God Destruction Flow asked. After all, this dimension was filled with treasures. Even half-step god lords would find it impossible to resist the allure of these strange treasures. Apart from searching for the whereabouts of X and Wuheng and the other two squads would definitely search for precious materials as well. Ancient God Destruction Flow was in the same team as Yu Heng, so he could only follow Yu Heng to search for the ancient God Seal. Otherwise, if he encountered a resource that he needed, he would also put aside the search mission. Ancient Soul Hall's Ancient God Prison C team found X and Wuheng's group, but they were defeated and helplessly sent out a request for help. A smile suddenly appeared on Yu Heng's cold face, sending chills down everyone's spines. Yu Heng placed great emphasis on the words Ancient Soul Hall. Before entering this place, God, Lord, Stellar Aspect had emphasized time and time again that they had to listen to Yu Heng's orders, or else they would have to bear the consequences. But in the end, the people of Ancient Soul Hall did not do as God, Lord, Stellar Aspect said. How is this possible? The Ancient God JLC team was defeated? Ancient God Destruction Flow was alarmed. Although he hoped that Ancient God JLC would fail, this sort of failure was simply too unreasonable. The other peak rank, 8, was also in disbelief. Ancient God JLC had failed so badly that he had to ask the other teams for help. Let's hurry over. Ancient God Destruction Flow had an excited expression. Xian Wuheng's team and Ancient God JLC's team had just experienced a major battle, so they were bound to be extremely weak. If they rushed over, they would definitely end everything with an absolute advantage. When the time came, they would even be able to watch Ancient God JLC make a fool of himself. It's very far away. Yu Heng called out, "Could it be that the Destiny Dao energy intentionally led me here?" Yu Heng's expression darkened as he mentally said to himself. He didn't have this sort of feeling before, but now that he thought about the situation and many other details, he realized this possibility. On the other side, Zhao Feng and the Giant God Race team were working together to pursue Ancient God JLC. All of you will die a miserable death. Ancient God JLC's body was dim and devoid of light, and he had a miserable expression on his face. He could only use defensive secret arts to minimize the damage he took. Suddenly, Zhao Feng stopped. "Let's go. Retreat for now." Zhao Feng flatly said. "Why?" Ancient God Resplendence immediately asked. They had the advantage at this moment, and if they continued to pursue, they might even be able to kill Ancient God JLC. Why retreat? There might be other Ancient Soul Hall experts in this dimension. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. Ancient God JLC had been extremely anxious before, but he had suddenly calmed down. There had to be a reason for this. These words alarmed the members of the Giant God Race. What Zhao Feng said was completely possible. If other experts of Ancient Soul Hall arrived, they would be powerless to fight back in their current state. As for Ancient God Qingyan, he had completely lost his mind. If they tried to stop him, they might even suffer a counterattack and invite disaster upon themselves. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng's group suddenly began to retreat. They actually ran. Ancient God JLC's expression darkened. His reinforcements would arrive very quickly, but Zhao Feng's group had run. His injuries were even more severe now, and he no longer had the ability to stop Zhao Feng's group. Besides, Ancient God Qingyan was still relentlessly entangling him. Whoosh! A soul-piercing chill suddenly appeared in the distance. Then, 3 silhouettes slowly appeared. The one in the lead was shrouded in snowflakes, revealing only her cold and elegant face. Ancient God Ice Jade! Ancient God JLC was elated. JLC, I didn't think that you would be so careless and end up in such a miserable state. Ancient God Ice Jade flatly said as she glanced at Ancient God Qingyan. The soul-piercing chill penetrated deep into Ancient God Qingyan's body and seemed to wake him up a little. Ancient God Ice Jade was also a half-step God Lord, and the pressure she exuded was even stronger than Ancient God JLC at his peak. You also have their energy on you. Ancient God Qingyan's face was furious and gloomy as he stopped in the air. At this moment, there were two half-step God Lords in front of him, but ancient God Qingyan still did not immediately retreat. From this, one could see just how deep his hatred for ancient Soul Hall was. Suddenly, ancient God Qingyan grimaced, most of his anger vanishing. Come here, come here. A summoning voice came from the soul, piercing through space-time to resound in the mind of the thought body. This summoning voice was extremely warm and familiar, causing the thought body in ancient God Qingyan's body to become even calmer and more urgent to go over. Chapter 1374. Come here, come here. A summoning voice came from the soul, piercing through space-time to resound in the thought body's mind. This summoning voice was extremely intimate and familiar, calming the thought body's rage and making him calmer and more rational. JLC, what's going on with this person? Where are Xian Wuheng's group? Ancient God Ice Jade coldly asked. When ancient God JLC sent out a call for help, he said that he was being pursued by Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng's group. For this reason, ancient God Ice Jade immediately led her team over, naturally hoping to take the credit for this mission. But when she arrived, she only saw ancient God Qingyan. Ancient God Ice Jade had sensed ancient God Qingyan's situation and was able to see it, but she still didn't care about him. They've run. This person is also a member of the giant god race. Kill him first. Ancient God JLC immediately said. Ancient God Qingyan had ruined his plans time and time again, and he was extremely troublesome. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of him. Ancient God JLC was truly annoyed beyond belief. Ancient God JLC now hated Ancient God Qingyan even more than he hated Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng. Truly useless. Let's see how you explain this to the Hall Master. Ancient God Ice Jade shot Ancient God JLC a disdainful glance. It was obvious that Ancient God JLC had found Xian Wuheng long ago, but for his own selfish reasons, he had not informed the others. If he had successfully completed the mission, it would have been fine, but Ancient God JLC had failed, and he had suffered such a miserable defeat that two of his team members had been killed. Ancient God JLC fell silent. This was also what he was worried about, but he still had a chance to redeem himself. As long as he performed well in the following mission and played an important role in taking back the ancient God seal, he was confident that the Hall Master and God Lord Stellar Aspect would not punish him. Ancient God Ice Jade moved forward and looked at Ancient God Qingyan. Since this person was already under the control of the thought body, why was he still targeting Ancient Soul Hall with such hatred? At this moment, Ancient God Qingyan turned around. I'm coming. Ancient God Qingyan respectfully and excitedly said. After saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Don't let him get away. Ancient God JLC immediately called out. He was also confused. Didn't Ancient God Qingyan lose his mind and try to kill him? So fast! Ancient God Ice Jade's expression turned grave. She had somewhat underestimated Ancient God Qingyan. Stay here and tell me all your secrets. As Ancient God Ice Jade coldly said, the ice and snow around her began to spread. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness filled the entire world and practically froze everything. However, this chill was directed at the soul level. Ancient God JLC's soul had already been heavily injured, and he immediately found it difficult to endure. In the distance, the thought body within Ancient God Qingyan's body was also assaulted by a freezing chill and couldn't help but tremble. This half-step God Lord is even stronger than Ancient God JLC? Ancient God, Qingyan whispered. At this moment, he was much calmer than before. He knew how to carefully observe and analyze. But even if Ancient God Ice Jade was stronger than Ancient God JLC, there was no way she could stop him if he wanted to escape. Time flows smoothly. Ancient god Changyin called out, and powerful ripples of time energy immediately began to spread through his body. Then, something incredible happened. Ancient god Qingyun's body began to glow with a strange and twisted light. His entire body seemed to become transparent, and with a buzz, he transformed into a mystical ray of light. Swish! A moment later, the bizarre ray of light that ancient god Changyin had transformed into ignored the chill and flew away with even greater speed. Ancient god JLC was dumbstruck. Even when facing ancient god Ice Jade at her peak state, the other party was still able to escape unscathed. Just what sort of secret escape art was that for it to be so bizarre and powerful? The other two members of ancient god Ice Jade's team were also stunned. This is no longer a simple time secret art, but an even more profound manipulation of time. Could this thought body have been that race when it was alive? Ancient god Ice Jade's frosty face gradually turned grave. For a moment, her mind was filled with doubts. If this person really had been that race when he was alive, she didn't even want to offend him. Fortunately, their goal this time was still Xian Wuheng and the ancient god seal. Where did Xian Wuheng run off to? Ancient god Ice Jade coldly asked. In the direction that giant god race member fled in. On the other end, Zhao Feng's group was cautiously flying through the world. After all, the mystic realm was full of dangers. They weren't in their best condition, so they had to be careful. Get as far away from this place as possible, Xian Wuheng said. If anyone else from Ancient Soul Hall was here, they would assuredly return to investigate once more. At this moment, the group suddenly sensed something strange behind them. With a sweep of their divine senses, all of them were alarmed. Ancient god Changyin! Ancient god Sundermount called out in alarm. The demonified ancient god Changyin had left an extremely deep impression on them. At this moment, ancient god Changyin was charging toward them. Had he given up on pursuing ancient god JLC and turned around to kill them? Ancient god Changyin also saw Zhao Feng's group, and a hint of anger and hatred appeared on his face. However, he had used a secret art to escape from a half-step god lord, so he was somewhat weak and unfit to continue fighting. Moreover, he had more important matters to attend to, so he had no time to deal with Zhao Feng's group. There's a huge change in his expression. Zhao Feng called out. Ancient god Qingyun was even calmer at this moment, but that was only the thought body. Ancient god Qingyun's soul was probably completely submerged. Deish! Ancient god Qingyun flew past them and vanished into the distance. He's a little weak. Could there really be other members of Ancient Soul Hall here? Ancient god Resplendence suddenly said. Ancient god Changyin hated Ancient Soul Hall as if there was a blood feud between them. But Ancient god Qingyun did not continue to pursue ancient god JLC. Instead, he appeared extremely weak as he fled into the distance. It appeared that other experts of Ancient Soul Hall had arrived, and ancient god Qingyun was no match for them, so he chose to flee. Wait, he seems to be in a hurry to go somewhere. Zhao Feng, who had observed the situation more carefully, immediately said, "Should we follow him and take a look?" Ancient god Resplendence asked. The thought body residing in ancient god Qingyun's body was definitely a living being of this dimension. The place he was in such a hurry to go to was definitely extremely important. Let's get as far away from this place as possible and find a place to heal our injuries, Zhao Feng suggested. The four of them were in extremely poor condition. If they encountered a group of Yao gods or some other danger, they would probably die here. There's a Heaven's Legacy race building up ahead. Ancient god Sundermount's eyes flashed. Earlier, when they entered a Heaven's Legacy race building, they were basically certain that this was not the Heaven's Legacy race's inheritance ground. Thus, they weren't very excited to see a Heaven's Legacy race building. It's not just this one. Zhao Feng looked into the distance and saw even more things. He realized that this wasn't the only Heaven's Legacy race building up ahead. Moreover, these Heaven's Legacy race buildings were rather unique. They were equipped with many attack-type mechanisms, like fortresses prepared for war. In addition, these buildings had all been damaged to a certain extent. Some of them were even reduced to rubble. So many Heaven's Legacy race buildings. Ancient God Resplendence said in shock. She had seen quite a few Heaven's Legacy civilizations, but this was her first time seeing buildings that were used for war. Stop! There's a group of Yao gods in that massive gray castle. Zhao Feng suddenly stopped and messaged. The group then carefully avoided them and continued onward. There was a battle here, Xian Wuhen whispered. One side of the battle is related to the Heaven's Legacy race, and it might even be the Heaven's Legacy race. Ancient God Sundermount speculated. The Heaven's Legacy race was the third-ranked mythical race of the 10,000 ancient races. There were far too many legends about them. Could the previous owner of the ancestral legacy treasury have been the Heaven's Legacy race? Xian Wuheng thoughtfully said. The ancient God seal was a special divine artifact refined by the Heaven's Legacy race, and it was the key to this dimension. There were also many Heaven's Legacy race war-type buildings in this dimension. It seemed like something major had taken place here. The other two members of the giant god race and Zhao Feng were even more convinced that the ancestral legacy treasury was not the giant god race's, but some mysterious place related to the Heaven's Legacy race. 5 days later, the group was still flying through this dimension. In this vast world, one could see a Heaven's Legacy race building at regular intervals. That giant silver tower? Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly focused on a metal tower of the Heaven's Legacy race. This silver tower was much taller than any of the buildings they had seen so far, and it was rather well preserved. His previous experience told Zhao Feng that any relatively large and intact building would be occupied by a group of Yao gods. But there were no signs of any Yao gods living near this silver tower. Once they got closer, Zhao Feng finally understood. As it turned out, because this building was too well preserved, all the entrances were sealed and there were no holes that could be crawled through. Ordinary Yao gods were simply incapable of entering. Let's enter this giant tower and heal our injuries before we make any other plans, Zhao Feng suggested. Meow. The little thieving cat immediately jumped out of the interspatial dimension, its eyes flashing as if it was extremely interested in this building. Right, this cat is skilled in Heaven's Legacy secret arts. It should be able to open the entrance to this giant tower. Ancient God Resplendence rejoiced. Boom! The little thieving cat rushed to the entrance of the metal tower. After searching around for a while, a metal door suddenly opened. Once the group entered, the door to the metal tower closed. Thieving cat. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Once inside, the little thieving cat immediately ran off. Zhao Feng and the other members of the giant god race first found a place to enter seclusion. Ancient God Resplendence had fought against a rank 9 ancient god, so she had been the most severely injured, her foundation damaged. Xian Wuheng had used the power of a god lord, so he had also injured his foundation. If these injuries were not quickly healed, they would affect his future path of cultivation, making it harder and harder to heal. Zhao Feng was in a slightly better state, but his eye intent had been greatly damaged. After taking some healing medicine, he could slowly recover. Swish! Zhao Feng took out a piece of jade bamboo that glimmered with white light. The moment it appeared, a powerful time energy engulfed the area, causing everything to slow down. Moonlight Sky Bamboo contained time essence and was a treasure for cultivating time intent. It could even increase the user's ability to comprehend time intent. At this moment, Zhao Feng's time intent had already reached level 5. If he used the Moonlight Sky Bamboo, it wouldn't take long for him to reach level 6. One had to realize that Zhao Feng's 5 elements and wind, lightning, and tents were only at the peak of rank 6. Zhao Feng swallowed the moonlight sky bamboo and then entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 1375. After taking a section of moonlight sky bamboo, Zhao Feng instantly felt like the world around him had become extremely slow. His soul was immersed in a wondrous world, where time was sometimes slow and sometimes fast. The essence of time is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Feng was alarmed. His soul consciousness became vague as flows of magical power, Upanishad, slowly floated in his head. At this moment, Zhao Feng's understanding of time intent reached a whole new level. In less than 20 days, Zhao Feng's time intent had reached the peak of level 5. Not long ago, his time intent had reached level 5. Only the moonlight sky bamboo could have such miraculous effects for him to reach the peak of level 5 so quickly. But even after Zhao Feng's time intent reached the peak of level 5, he still had not used up all the time essence. 20 days later, the time intent energy around Zhao Feng was so faint that it was about to vanish. But suddenly, a strange time intent energy surged out of Zhao Feng's body, affecting the surrounding space and making it abnormally slow. Level 6. Zhao Feng opened his eyes. A single section of moonlight sky bamboo had raised his time intent from level 5 to level 6. It truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure amongst time intent resources. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye already had formidable comprehension abilities, and the moonlight sky bamboo could also increase his comprehension of time intent. This was also why Zhao Feng's time intent had reached level 6. At level 6, time intent had begun to show signs of power. It could now link with other intents and fuse them into Chaos Origin Divine Power. With this, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Power had reached another level. Few rank 8 ancient gods could compare to it. I've mostly recovered from the loss of eye intent. Zhao Feng inspected his body's condition. Swish! He left the space-time robe and returned to the Silver Tower. Meanwhile, the members of the giant god race were still hidden in the dimension, cultivating in seclusion. A powerful ancient bloodline aura radiated from them. Xian Wuheng's bloodline aura was the strongest, even overshadowing the other two. Being here, Zhao Feng felt an invisible bloodline suppression. Xian Wuheng's comprehension abilities are also very strong. By borrowing the power of a god lord to fight with a half-step god lord, I'm confident that he'll be able to greatly improve himself. Zhao Feng speculated. Who? Right at this moment, the powerful aura of the primordial bloodline weakened. A layer of green spatial ripples appeared in the void, and Xian Wuheng stepped out of it. My injuries are no longer a problem. Let's take a look at the situation here first, Xian Wuheng suggested. He had ransacked the giant god race treasury, and he had also obtained quite a few strange materials from the Last Heaven's legacy race building. It would not be difficult for him to heal his wounds. Moreover, the giant god race possessed incredible regenerative abilities. There was no need to worry about ordinary injuries. All they needed to do was stabilize their foundations. Zhao Feng couldn't agree more. After recovering his eye intent, he did not continue to cultivate. He wanted to get a better understanding of this Silver Tower. Perhaps there was some hidden danger here, or perhaps some great fortune. The little thieving cat is on the top floor. Zhao Feng could roughly guess the little thieving cat's position through their contract. Of all the Heaven's legacy race buildings here, this Silver Tower was probably the most complete. This meant that this Silver Tower had to have some sort of special function or use. Otherwise, the little thieving cat would not have been so interested in this Silver Tower that it would sneak up to the top floor. Similarly, because it had been abandoned for so long, this Heaven's legacy race building did not have any mechanisms or traps. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng went up together. They did not encounter anything special along the way. The two of them felt like this was just an ordinary metal tower. But when Zhao Feng used his left eye to see through it, he discovered that the structure of this silver tower was extremely complex. The two quickly arrived at the top floor. This is... Xian Wuheng was taken aback. The scenery of the top floor was completely different from the layout of the lower floors. Around the top floor were piles of unknown mechanical instruments. Countless tiny crystal tubes were intertwined and covered the entire room. In the center of the room was a massive black disc. 9 metal platforms were placed on the disc. The little thieving cat was in the center of these 9 platforms, its paws on the ground as it rubbed against each other. "What is it doing?" Xian Wuheng asked. On the black disc, there were countless white lines that were almost undetectable. On the other hand, the little thieving cat's paws slid back and forth across the countless lines. Zhao Feng was also extremely curious as to what the little thieving cat was doing. Just when he was about to ask, "Bees?" the black disc suddenly flashed with a faint white light. Ancient tadpole-like characters appeared and flowed into the 9 metal platforms around the disc. The 9 metal platforms instantly lit up and shot out white rays of light that connected with each other to form a nonagon. Various colors, lines, and dots of light instantly appeared on the nonagon. This is... As Zhao Feng carefully examined this image, his face froze in shock. "This is the nearby terrain," Xian Wuheng immediately said. As an ancient god, he would never forget the places he had walked through. This image made them think of the nearby terrain. Meow. The little thieving cat finally stood up and gestured at Zhao Feng, and then it put on a very arrogant expression. Xian Wuheng immediately turned to Zhao Feng. Only Zhao Feng knew what the little thieving cat was talking about. "This is a perception pagoda," Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. Upon entering this dimension, everyone's divine sense and senses were greatly suppressed. They could only use 1/10 of their original strength. This place was also filled with danger, making it so that no one dared to recklessly charge in. However, this sensory tower had been constructed by the supreme intelligence of the Heaven's legacy race, so it could sense an extremely vast area. Meow. The little thieving cat extended a paw, a smug look on its face. 5 million li. Zhao Feng was alarmed. Their divine senses could only extend to 30 to 40,000 li at the moment. However, this sensory tower could provide a map of a radius of 5 million li. In addition, this 5 million li was only the maximum range for now. This meant that this number could be increased. Besides that, if the range was reduced, the information within a certain range could be more comprehensive and detailed. The little thieving cat once more began to fiddle around. The range of the map quickly shrank until it was only 500,000 li in radius. However, everything within this 500,000 li could be clearly seen, including the number of Yao gods. They could even make out blurry images. Celestial blood glass fruit, Xian Wuheng suddenly said. Just a moment ago, he had seen a massive red fruit tree in one of the detailed images on the map. 3 or 4 blood-colored glass fruits the size of human heads were growing on this tree. The celestial blood glass fruit gathered the blood energy of the world and could greatly increase one's state of existence. It could also be fused into certain ancient bloodlines to increase the density of the bloodline. The giant god race had vigorous blood energy and cultivated the body-tempering Tao. It just so happened that the celestial blood glass fruit had a certain effect on the giant god race bloodline. Meow. A crafty look appeared on the little thieving cat's face as it began to converse with Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng. The little thieving cat wanted to stay here and use the sensory tower to survey the surroundings. As for Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng, they would follow its orders and gather precious resources. After all, with the sensory tower, they would be able to grasp everything, greatly increasing their chances of seizing treasures. Okay. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng agreed. Xian Wuheng bore the mission of making the giant god race rise. His primary goal in coming here was to gather as many precious resources as he could. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng then left this place. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat communicated through thoughts, and images could be easily transmitted. "Let's go here." Zhao Feng brought Xian Wuheng to some ruins and then burrowed underground. It didn't take long before they discovered several round stones of light in the rock. These are god origin stones. When used as cultivation resources, they can be used to condense divine power. In battle, you can absorb the energy of god origin stones and instantly replenish your yuan qi and divine power. Xian Wuheng immediately said, although god origin stones couldn't compare to the moonlight sky bamboo and jade nether spiridescent stones, they were still extremely precious. Moreover, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng didn't have to pay anything to obtain these god origin stones. The two headed to the second location. This was the place where the celestial blood glass fruit was hidden. There was a group of Yao gods here, making it a rather dangerous place. However, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng were well aware of the distribution of the Yao gods and even had a basic grasp of their cultivation, so it was easy to come up with a plan to deal with them. "I'll draw them away. You take the chance to enter and seize the celestial blood glass fruit as well as the other precious resources." Zhao Feng's time intent had reached level 6, and when combined with his space intent, his ability to escape was even greater. Deish! Zhao Feng charged into the building, and after killing several Yao gods, he immediately fled. In order to enrage the peak rank 9 Yao gods in the building, he even used his space transference to ambush them. "Human, you're seeking death." The Yao gods almost turned out in full force as they pursued Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was well aware of this situation through the little thieving cat. He had long since prepared for this and swiftly fled into the sensory tower. The sensory tower was perfectly preserved, and its defensive capabilities were outstanding. These Yao gods were helpless against it. Xian Wuheng used this chance to sneak into their base and obtain the celestial blood glass fruit, as well as several time intent cultivation resources. Once the Yao gods retreated, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng went to the next target. This time, the two obtained a 9 lotus jade life flower. This resource contained powerful and pure divine power, and the number of lotus leaves on the flower could increase the divine power of an ancient god. And just now, the two obtained 3 9 lotus jade life flowers, all of which had 9 lotus leaves. With the little thieving cat's help, the two began to madly plunder the resources around the sensory tower. The majority of the resources in a range of 500,000 li were taken by the pair. The farther the range, the more blurry the sensory tower was and the greater the danger. Of course, there were some particularly powerful Yao god groups or dangerous areas that the two of them could not enter. One day, the two of them were heading toward a certain location to investigate. Suddenly, a message and an image appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Not good. The experts of Ancient Soul Hall are approaching. Zhao Feng immediately said to Xian Wuheng, "What's the situation?" Xian Wuheng asked. The information that the sensory tower could sense was extremely detailed. Besides ancient god JLC, there's also a half-step god lord. Chapter 1376. Why are there so many heavens, legacy race buildings here? Ancient god JLC was perplexed. He had always believed that the master of the ancestral legacy treasury was the giant god race. It now appeared that this dimension had originally been the territory of the heavens legacy race, but it had later fallen into the hands of the giant god race. So that's how it is. No wonder this place hides the secret to becoming a divine master. Ancient god JLC finally understood. Since this dimension was originally the territory of the heavens legacy race, ranked third among the 10,000 ancient races, it was understandable that there was an opportunity to become a god lord here. Where are they hiding? Ancient God Ice Jade scanned her surroundings as she rapidly advanced. Suddenly, the crystal ball in his hand flashed with a green light. On the other side, the crystal ball in Ancient God Jaelsia's hand also reacted. "They are hiding nearby." Ancient God Jaelsi sneered. "Restrain your aura and approach them slowly. Then, kill them in one fell swoop." Ancient God Ice Jade messaged the others. From Ancient God Jaelsia's defeat, Ancient God Ice Jade could tell that Xian Wuhing's group had some ability. Moreover, they were in such a rush to find Xian Wuhing's group that they didn't rest for even a moment. As a result, Ancient God Jaelsia's injuries were still not completely healed, and he could only use 70% of his strength. "Just wait for your deaths, haha." Ancient God Jaelsi mentally laughed. Ancient God Ice Jade was even stronger than he was at his peak. Although he could only use 70% of his power, when working together with Ancient God Ice Jade, they were unstoppable. Moreover, with Ancient God Ice Jade being so cautious, Xian Wuheng, Zhao Feng, and the others would find it impossible to escape. On the other side, upon learning that the Ancient Soul Hall group was approaching, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng swiftly retreated. Two half-step god lords. Xian Wuheng's face darkened. After the last battle, he might not even need to work together with Zhao Feng to temporarily contend against a half-step god lord. But against two half-step god lords, he would be powerless. Besides that, he was also wondering how the Ancient Soul Hall group had managed to get here. "Fortunately, I have the sensory pagoda." Zhao Feng felt a little lucky. If not for the sensory pagoda, they would have only noticed the Ancient Soul Hall group when they arrived. "Should we evacuate this place directly, or," Xian Wuheng asked for Zhao Feng's opinion, "enter the sensory tower?" Zhao Feng answered directly. The Ancient Soul Hall group clearly had a special tool that could sense their location. In terms of speed, they were far inferior to half-step god lords. If they retreated now, they would be caught sooner or later. In addition, entering the sensory tower was the little thieving cat's suggestion. Based on what the little thieving cat said, the sensory tower had been preserved rather well, and its defensive capabilities were outstanding. Even two half-step god lords would find it difficult to break through in a short time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng directly entered the sensory tower and went to the top floor. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount were also present. Lord Wuheng, Ancient Soul Hall actually sent two half-step god lords. Ancient God Sundermount appeared rather helpless. The giant god race had never expected Ancient Soul Hall to come to the ancestral legacy treasury. Otherwise, they would have sent a half-step god lord to accompany Xian Wuheng. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped onto a metal platform and gestured to indicate that there was no need to be too depressed. The little thieving cat said that it has already gained initial control over the sensory tower and has activated some of its defenses. Even if Ancient Soul Hall has two half-step god lords, they will still need some time to break through. Zhao Feng interpreted the little thieving cat's meaning. Really? The eyes of Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount flashed. Outside the sensory tower, the Ancient Soul Hall team slowly arrived. They actually sensed our arrival and hid in a Heaven's Legacy Race building. Ancient God Jaelsi was rather surprised. Earlier, they had been preparing to slowly approach the Ancient God Seal, but then they realized that it had suddenly moved, only stopping after reaching a certain place. "This is impossible," Ancient God Ice Jade coldly said. They had made ample preparations before entering this place. For example, that crystal ball had been specially made by God Lord Stellar Aspect, a tool that could sense the existence of the Ancient God Seal. The giant God Race team had entered this place completely unprepared. So how had they sensed their arrival? They're seeking death by hiding in this tower. Charge in and kill them all. The other two members of Ancient God Ice Jade's team were already getting impatient. "Go in," Ancient God Ice Jade called out. If Xian Wuheng really had sensed them ahead of time, there was definitely an ambush in the tower. But even if there was an ambush, she was not afraid. In the face of absolute strength, these little tricks were useless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 members of Ancient Soul Hall flew toward the entrance of the Silver Tower. But at this moment, something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, many small holes appeared around the Silver Tower, shooting out rays of silver light. These countless silver rays of light instantly formed into a complicated array. BZZZZ. The array activated, forming a silver barrier. This barrier was inscribed with Faint Heaven's legacy race characters and exuded an ancient and time-worn energy. The silver barrier engulfed the sensory tower while the 5 members of Ancient Soul Hall were kept out. A trifling array barrier. Break for me. Ancient God JLC thrust out a palm, creating a massive palm of black water that rumbled forward. BZZZZ. The area where the silver barrier was struck by this attack caved in as if it was about to shatter. At this moment, the Heaven's legacy race characters on the barrier suddenly flashed with a strange luster. A moment later, Ancient God Jailsia's attack began to weaken, its energy slowly draining away. What's going on? Ancient God Jailsi was alarmed. Everyone in the sensory tower rejoiced. Wonderful! This defensive barrier can stop the attacks of a half-step God Lord. Ancient God Sundermount called out in alarm. Not only that, Ancient God Jailsia's attack seems to have been converted into an energy source for the sensory tower. Zhao Feng's observation was the more detailed. Meow. The little thieving cat grinned, a very impressive expression on its face. Ha ha! Brother Cat, you truly are very impressive. Ancient God Sundermount heartily laughed. Ancient God Resplendence was also giggling at the little thieving cat's teasing. This thieving cat? Zhao Feng glanced at the image on the enneagram and was alarmed. He remembered that before, the sensory tower could only sense everything within a radius of 5 million li. But now the range was 8 million li. Moreover, the little thieving cat had actually said just now that its control over the sensory tower could still be improved. Everyone, we can't stay here forever. Let's use this time to increase our strength. Xian Wuheng suddenly said. Although they were safe for now, this was not a long-term plan. Strength was everything. I feel like I'm about to break through. Me too. Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount had serious expressions. Next, Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng took out everything they had harvested in the last few days. These are celestial blood glass fruits. Ancient God Sundermount was extremely excited. Celestial blood glass fruits were extremely useful to the giant god race. Not only could they greatly increase one's vitality, they could also be fused into one's bloodline and have a chance of increasing the density of one's bloodline. There's also 9 lotus jade life flowers, and they all have 9 lotus leaves. Ancient God Resplendence was also elated. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped over and took a large portion. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes. The majority of the resources that the thieving cat had him and Xian Wuheng gather were useful to itself. But the little thieving cat had made a great contribution this time. So Zhao Feng didn't care, and the others had no objections. After the little thieving cat made its selection, the ones with the right to choose were undoubtedly Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng first chose the 9 lotus jade life flower, and then he took some soul-related cultivation resources. Finally, he chose a few time intent cultivation resources. After making his selection, Zhao Feng entered the space-time rogue dimension. My strength is already close to peak rank 8. If I take this 9 lotus jade life flower, I'll definitely be able to break through, and I might even become a rank 9 ancient god. Zhao Feng's divine power was already extremely formidable, and his sole intent had reached the level of a rank 9 ancient god. All he lacked was cultivation. After taking the 9 lotus jade life flower, Zhao Feng immediately sensed 9 clear streams of energy flowing through his meridians and slowly flowing into his dantian. The first 8 streams of energy flowed into his 8 divine stages and stabilized their foundations. This process was rather slow. The 9th stream of energy circled around the 8th divine stage. As long as Zhao Feng was willing, he could begin to form his divine stages, and he had around a 40% chance of breaking into rank 9. The first 8 streams of energy are enough to help me reach peak rank 8. If I continue to reach rank 9, the chances of success are too low. I might as well seal up the 9th stream for now. Zhao Feng suddenly had an idea. Once he reached peak rank 8, familiarized himself with his strength, and consolidated it, he could consume the medicinal energy of the 9th stream of energy. His chances of breaking into rank 9 would probably be even higher. With this thought in mind, Zhao Feng took away the divine power from the 8th divine stage and used ice and water intent to seal it up. Afterward, Zhao Feng used space-time intent to wrap it up, effectively preventing the medicinal energy from leaking out. Other than Zhao Feng, the 3 members of the giant god race were also breaking through. As for the little thieving cat, it was exploring the sensory tower. Outside the sensory tower, one of the members of ancient god Ice Jade's team happened to be skilled in arrays and had a certain understanding of Heaven's legacy arrays. Thus, they waited outside to give this array master some time. In addition, they had come to this place with many fortuitous encounters. The members of Ancient Soul Hall were also in seclusion to increase their strength. This is fine as well. Once I completely recover my strength, I'll definitely make that brat Zhao Feng suffer a fate worse than death. Ancient god JLC used this time to heal the injuries to his soul origin. 10 days later, the array master left the vicinity of the sensory tower, a tired and dispirited look on his face. This old and useless one was unable to break that Heaven's legacy array. The rank 9 ancient god said in shame. Wasting my time. Ancient god Ice Jade coldly snorted, a bone-chilling cold that almost caused the rank 9 ancient god's soul to lose consciousness. Since that's the case, I can only contact them. Ancient god Ice Jade took out a message token and sent a message to Yu Heng's team. We've found Xen Wu Heng's whereabouts, but they're hiding in a Heaven's legacy race building. The building is protected by a Heaven's legacy array, so we can't break in for now. Why didn't you contact me earlier? On the other side, although Yu Heng's voice was flat, it was tinged with sinister coldness. Ancient god Ice Jade's group of 5 were taken aback. They had also guessed that Yu Heng was skilled in Heaven's legacy secret arts. But without Yu Heng's presence, he would probably find it very difficult to break the array. At this moment, Yu Heng confidently said, "If I personally came, the Heaven's legacy array would be nothing more than an empty shell. Although I won't be able to get here in time, breaking the array is very simple." Chapter 1377. Ancient God Destruction Flow. Yu Heng and the others slowly made their way through the gray-white mist, seemingly unable to reach the end. In this place, their senses and divine senses were suppressed to 1/20th of their original power. Moreover, the time suppression in this region was extremely powerful, making their progress extremely slow. Besides that, abnormally powerful Yao gods would occasionally charge out of the gray-white mist. Everyone was tense, not daring to be careless. This should be a newly formed forbidden zone. Yu Heng whispered. In the information he had, this place was only considered a moderately dangerous zone. With their strength, they were more than capable of traversing through it. But upon entering this place, they realized that the information they had received did not match up. At this moment, Yu Heng received a message. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. They found the tracks of Xian Wuheng's group. Ancient God destruction, Flo asked in confusion. Correct. Yu Hung nodded. We probably won't be able to get there in time. Ancient God destruction, Flo was rather agitated. Ever since they entered this place, it had always been the other two teams that had found the tracks of Xian Wuheng's group. Coincidentally, every time they found the tracks of Xian Wuheng's group, Ancient God Destruction Flo's team was extremely far away. This time they were even trapped in this dangerous forbidden zone. Within the sensory tower, the little thieving cat was lying on the black stone plate, its paws lightly sliding back and forth. Zhao Feng's group was in a special dimension, cultivating. Suddenly, a white ripple appeared in space, and Zhao Feng emerged. He had already used the 9 Lotus Jade Life Flower to smoothly break through to peak rank 8. Perhaps because of the space-time robe, Zhao Feng was the first to successfully advance. How is it? Zhao Feng immediately stepped forward and looked at the image on the nonagon to observe the situation outside. Have they given up on breaking the array? Zhao Feng carefully observed Ancient God Jalesia's group. Other than Ancient God Ice Jade, the other 3 were in seclusion. But at this moment, Ancient God Ice Jade suddenly stood up. At the same time, the other members of Ancient Soul Hall also ended their seclusion. What's going on? Zhao Feng found this rather strange. The little thieving cat also glanced at the situation outside and revealed a puzzled expression. A moment later, powerful ripples of divine power began to surge in the air above Ancient God Ice Jade. A handsome and elegant young man who was nearly 1,000 feet tall was enveloped in a layer of gold and silver light. With a faint smile, he looked at the sensory tower in front of him. Spatial projection. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The fact that the young man's projection could appear here meant that he was also in this space. This meant that there were other people from Ancient Soul Hall here. In addition, under such circumstances, this young man's projection appeared here. Could it be that he had a way to break the formation? Meow meow. The little thieving cat's expression became abnormally solemn. Perception Tower? Tianji Secret Arts. 130-second secret formation. Energy absorbing sky, stabilizing formation. The moment Yu Heng's projection appeared, he immediately called out the names of the sensory tower and the array formation. The rank 9 array master in Ancient God Ice Jade's team immediately lowered his head. From these words, one could see the massive gap between him and Yu Heng. If you understood the Heaven's legacy secret art, it wouldn't take long for you to easily break this array. Now, I can only tell you the weakness of this array. Yu Heng indifferently said, Ancient God Mu, you knows a little about Heaven's legacy arrays. Ancient God Ice Jade immediately said. The rank 9 Ancient God of Ancient Soul Hall somewhat embarrassedly stepped forward. Oh, okay. I'll tell you where the core of the energy-absorbing sky stabilizing formation is. Yu Heng glanced at Ancient God Muyu and began to explain. Ancient God Muyu listened attentively, and then his eyes went wide as he stared in shock at Yu Heng. This person seemed to understand this array as if Yu Heng had been the one to lay it down. This one is stupid and can only understand 40% of it. After explaining, Ancient God Muyu said with an ashamed expression. Ancient God Ice Jade's team was taken aback. It doesn't matter. Break the array. Yu Heng indifferently said. Everyone do as I say. We'll quickly break the array. Ancient God Muyu immediately said, his face brimming with confidence. It didn't take long before the 4 members of Ancient Soul Hall arrived around the sensory tower. Within the sensory tower, not good. Are they trying to break the array? Zhao Feng naturally understood what the Ancient Soul Hall members were trying to do. He gloomily stared at the projection. This youth had been indifferent the entire time, as if victory was already in his grasp. The other members of Ancient Soul Hall also began to break the array the moment this youth's projection appeared. This meant that this youth was confident in breaking the array. Swish! The 4 members of Ancient Soul Hall began to unleash powerful attacks around the Essence Absorbing Sky Stabilizing Formation. The Essence Absorbing Sky Stabilizing Formation buzzed, the tadpole characters on its surface rapidly flashing. But this time, the array did not absorb their attacks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The countless tadpole characters on the Essence Absorbing Sky Stabilizing Formation began to move in reverse. Not good. The array is about to be broken. Zhao Feng's expression turned grim. Even if he didn't understand arrays, he could tell that the members of Ancient Soul Hall understood the trick and would soon be able to break the array. Meow. The little thieving cat helplessly gestured. It told Zhao Feng that all it could do now was expend a little more energy so that the array could last a little longer. Not long after, boom boom boom, massive explosions came from the vicinity of the sensory tower. The silver array slowly began to vanish. Let's go! Ancient God Ice Jade rejoiced as she led her group toward the gate of the sensory tower. Slow down. Ancient God JLC, you stay here. Yu Hung suddenly said. Ancient God JLC's face froze. Now that the array was broken, they were just about to charge in and capture Zhao Feng's group. This was his chance to make up for his mistakes. But Yu Hung had suddenly stopped him. Why? Was Yu Hung still holding a grudge over what happened before? The fact that Xian Wuhing's group was able to activate the defensive array means that they already have basic control over the sensory tower. You stayed outside to prevent the people inside from escaping through the other exits. Yu Hung added, so that's how it is. Ancient God JLC breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was even more surprised at how Yu Hung understood the sensory tower so well. Broom. At this moment, the gate opened, and Ancient God Ice Jade's group smoothly entered. On the top floor of the sensory tower, the little thieving cat controlled the 9 metal platforms and switched the image to show Ancient God Ice Jade's group. The trap's there. Zhao Feng was taken aback. He remembered that there shouldn't have been any traps in the sensory tower. Meow. The little thieving cat immediately explained to Zhao Feng that this was its doing. The little thieving cat's control over the sensory tower was not limited to its sensory abilities and defensive arrays, but also some of the traps in the sensory tower. An important building like the sensory tower naturally couldn't just have a defensive array, so it was bound to be heavily guarded. If that's the case, it'll take them a long time to get here. Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to enter the space-time robe to increase his strength. He had only just broken into peak rank 8, so his space-time intent and soul intent still had a lot of room for improvement. It was only a matter of time before Ancient God Ice Jade's group attacked. Until then, every bit of increase in strength would give him a better chance of fighting back. But just when Zhao Feng was about to enter the space-time robe dimension, he suddenly realized that the Ancient Soul Hall trio had not triggered any of the traps, and they had even successfully disarmed them and taken a few steps forward. It must be that person. Zhao Feng glanced once more at Yu Hung outside the sensory tower. In truth, it was just as Zhao Feng had predicted. In a flash, countless tiny red rays of light appeared in the air and began to rapidly revolve, exuding an inexplicable chill. Chapter 1378. In a flash, countless tiny red rays of light appeared in the air and began to rapidly revolve, exuding an inexplicable chill. In a moment of carelessness, Ancient God Muyu's arm was injured by several red rays of light. Oh no! Ancient God Muyu regained consciousness and immediately began to retreat. He sensed a poison flowing through his body, seeping into his bones and soul. A moment later, his divine power began to rapidly drain away, and his soul became somewhat blurry. How is it Ancient God Muyu. Ancient God Ice Jade and the other ancient god immediately flew over. If something happened to ancient God Muyu, it would be even more difficult for them to reach the top floor of the sensory tower. There's no danger to my life. Ancient God Muyu immediately seated himself cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his divine power to suppress the poison. The celestial poison silkworm spirit array was only lethal to those below the ancient god level. It posed less of a threat to ancient gods, but the constant loss of divine power made it impossible for one's mind to focus. This is a god origin stone. It can rapidly recover divine power. When you need divine power, use it. Ancient god Ice Jade took out 2 sparkling white jade stones. Besides searching for the ancient god seal, they would also gather precious resources, and these god origin stones were one of their harvests. Ancient God Mu, you took the god origin stones. The ancient soul race was a race that cultivated the soul Tao, so they had a rather strong resistance to poisons on the soul level. With these god origin stones, they could rapidly recover divine power at a crucial moment, so they were basically fine. Damn, that kid's space transference. I can actually see through all these buildings. In this dimension, divine sense was suppressed, and these high-level heavens legacy race buildings all had the effect of blocking divine sense. Logically speaking, without a soul mark or divine sense that couldn't reach this place, the space transference, I should have been unable to descend. They control the sensory tower, so it's not strange for them to be able to do this. All of you have to be careful and be on guard at all times. If the space transference I descends, immediately use a soul attack. Yu Heng's voice resounded in their minds. He won't get a second chance. Ancient god Ice Jade's expression chilled. As a member of the Soul Tao race, she had an extremely keen perception of soul energy and was skilled in soul attacks. Ancient god Ice Jade was confident that if Xiao Feng used the space transference eye again, he would never return. Continue advancing. Although the array has been activated, it won't be difficult. Yu Heng said again. The 3 from Ancient Soul Hall were taken aback, sensing an unfathomable aura from Yu Heng. On the top floor, Xiao Feng and the little thieving cat could see every movement of Ancient God Ice Jade's group through the nonagon screen. They're breaking the formation again. Xiao Feng's face darkened. He had a portion of the sensory tower's authority, so he was able to activate the space transference eye and activate the mechanism array. However, his actions did not have much of an effect. All he did was buy a little bit of time. Although the array had been activated, Ancient Soul Hall still had the means to break it. After some time, the Ancient Soul Hall trio broke the celestial poison silkworm spirit formation and continued deeper. Before long, they arrived at the 3rd floor. The second time, they will definitely be on guard. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to succeed. Xiao Feng did not act rashly. If he attacked, his chances of success were minuscule, and he would suffer the frenzied assault of the Ancient Soul Hall trio. After reaching the Ancient God level, one would be able to touch the space transference eye and injure Xiao Feng's soul. But if Xiao Feng did not stop them, the Ancient Soul Hall trio would quickly reach the 6th floor, the top floor. Just as expected, the Ancient Soul Hall trio quickly broke through the 3rd floor and entered the 4th floor. Buzz! BZZZ! At this moment, a powerful bloodline energy emerged from not far from Xiao Feng. A moment later, Xian Wuheng appeared, his aura gradually receding. You broke through. Xiao Feng faintly smiled. Only Xian Wuheng could directly hold down a half-step God Lord, and now that he had smoothly broken into peak rank 9, his strength had taken another step forward. What's the situation? Xian Wuheng asked, and then he turned to the nonagon screen, upon which he grimaced. Through the nonagon he could see everything. The Ancient Soul Hall team was about to attack. Ancient God JLC is standing guard outside the sensory tower, and there are other Ancient Soul Hall experts in this dimension. Xiao Feng reported the situation to Xian Wuheng. If that's the case, we have to leave this place, Xianwuheng said after thinking for a few moments. If they stayed here for too long, once the other experts of Ancient Soul Hall arrived, they would find it even harder to escape. But escaping was not that simple. After all, Ancient Soul Hall was far faster than them. This meant that the prerequisite for escaping was that Ancient God Ice Jade and Ancient God Jailsea couldn't catch up. Right now, Ancient God Resplendence and Ancient God Sundermount are at a crucial moment in their breakthroughs. Xianwuheng added, if they were interrupted during their breakthroughs, they might suffer a backlash that would make it even more difficult for them to break through in the future. Moreover, if the two of them succeeded in their breakthroughs, the group would get even stronger. Let's work together to stop them for a while. Zhao Feng immediately said, Ancient God Muyu, your understanding of traps and mechanisms has improved significantly. Ancient God Ice Jade faintly smiled. Everyone could sense that Ancient God Muyu's speed at breaking traps and arrays had increased. Haha, it's all thanks to you, Hung. Ancient God Muyu heartily laughed. As he dispelled the arrays, he became even more skilled. There were even times when he could see some clues without Yu Heng's reminder. Hurry and break the array. Only the last floor is left, Yu Heng coldly said. The three members of Ancient Soul Hall had already reached the 5th floor. They were about to reach the top floor. Yes, Ancient God Mu Yu was filled with admiration for Yu Heng and was willing to follow his orders. He walked at the very front and began to dispel the traps. Wait, Ancient God Ice Jade suddenly called out. A moment later, a figure appeared at the passage in front of them. Xianwuheng. Ancient God Ice Jade sternly said. Xianwuheng obediently hand over the Ancient God Seal. Ancient God Mu Yu stared at Xianwuheng and said, wishful thinking. Xianwuheng coldly barked. Dish! He raised his right hand, circulating boundless divine power, and then fired off several sharp fingers. Several white beams of light imbued with formidable physical strength shot forward. Then just wait for your death. Ancient God Ice Jade's face chilled, and the icy snowflakes around her began to dance in the air. The icy snowflakes froze all life and energy in their path. Boom! Bang! But as Xianwuheng's finger energy charged forward, part of the icy snowflakes in front of it were shattered. This kid's strength has increased. Ancient God Ice Jade was taken aback. In this casual exchange of blows, Xianwuheng had actually gained the upper hand. Although Ancient God Ice Jade was more skilled in Soul Dao attacks, her divine power was still at the level of a half-step God Lord. This meant that Xianwuheng's current strength had basically reached the level of a half-step God Lord. To possess such strength right after breaking into peak rank 9, Xianwuheng truly deserved to be called Xianwuheng. Ancient God Ice Jade's eyes focused, and an even colder intent energy surged out of her body to shatter Xianwuheng's finger energy. But at this moment, that dreamy silver eye appeared in the sky above the Ancient Soul Hall trio. Water Lightning Illusion World. A ball of lightning appeared in that dreamy silver eye. This lightning energy rapidly absorbed the nearby ice and water energy, forming a massive net of water lightning that engulfed the Ancient Soul Hall trio. After unleashing this attack, Zhao Feng immediately withdrew his space transference eye. That brat again. Ancient God Ice Jade's face chilled. If not for Xianwuheng's appearance, she would have been able to immediately counterattack Zhao Feng's space transference eye. Boom! Ancient God Ice Jade waved her hand, and a savage soul beast that looked like a shark charged forward. The shark soul beast unleashed powerful ice and water intent, creating a storm of ice and snow that charged at the lightning net above. After a few moments of entanglement, the lightning net was neutralized. With your strength, you can't do anything to us. The other peak rank 8 ancient god coldly called out. Xian Wuhing ignored his words and stood straight on the spot, motionless. No, they're interfering with our unraveling of the array. Ancient God Muyu immediately said, "Focus on unraveling. Leave the rest to us." Ancient God Ice Jade coldly said, as long as they could reach the top floor, everything would be over. But just when Ancient God Muyu was prepared to step forward, Xian Wuhing circulated his bloodline power and unleashed several powerful finger bolts of energy. Thousand Frozen Ice Mountain. Ancient God Ice Jade extended her hands and unleashed a storm of ice and snow. The ice snowflakes arrived in front of Ancient God Muyu and instantly condensed into a mountain of ice and snow. Boom! Bang! Crash! Xian Wuhing's finger bolts instantly pierced through the mountain. Ancient God Ice Jade was taken aback. After Xian Wuhing used his bloodline power, she was actually at a disadvantage in a clash of physical attacks. Freeze! Ancient God Ice Jade called out, and the frigid icebound energy immediately strengthened, freezing Xian Wuhing's attack within it. This brat's strength! Ancient God Ice Jade's expression was gloomy. If Xian Wuhing was given enough time to mature, he would definitely become a major problem for Ancient Soul Hull. On the other side, her Soul Beast and the peak rank 8 Ancient God were focused on defending against Zhao Feng's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ancient God Mu Yu began to undo the traps. Soon, just wait for your deaths. Ancient God Mu Yu inwardly sneered. More than half of the 5th floor had been solved, and they were about to enter the 6th floor. As long as they could enter the 6th floor and temporarily hold down Zhao Feng's group, Ancient God JLC would be able to swiftly reinforce them. When the time came, the 2 half-step God Lords would be able to kill Zhao Feng and Xian Wuhing's group. Xian Wuhing, your giant God race will never be able to rise again. Ancient God Ice Jade coldly laughed. Although Xian Wuhing had enormous potential, as long as she could strangle him here, the giant God race would have no hope. The traps have all stopped working. Ancient God Mu Yu blurted out in alarm. A moment later, boom, boom, 2 powerful ripples of bloodline energy came from the top floor of the sensory tower, causing the bloodlines of the 3 ancient soul race members to tremble. This energy not good. Ancient God Ice Jade grimaced. Those 2 energies just now were the bloodline energies of the giant God race, and one of them was at rank 9.